Guys, do you mind? This is Peter who's opening up. He's going to leave early. Can we just put a bag? Just here, is that all right?
Anyone is here. I have to leave early. Sorry.
No problem.
There's nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Hello. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon. My name's Tom Jenkins. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of ETOA. It's my honour just to welcome you, and really that's my entire statement, and to introduce you to Peter de Wilde, President of the ETC, who has a few introductory remarks. Peter.
Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I try to live up to the expectations and keep it to a few introductory remarks. I've been handed a text which is slightly longer, but as usually I will deviate from my text and try to entertain you in a less formal way. I would like to start with thanking all of you for being here, and especially thanking also our good friend and partner ETOA, and the European Commission, who is sponsoring this event. And ETC and ETOA are setting up this conference as part of the collaboration that we started a few years ago with the European Commission, making Destination Europe a stronger destination worldwide. And it's a good thing that this vision exists on a European level. We are very struggling and working very hard with the European Travel Commission to make this awareness also come true in the several national member states of the European Travel Commission, as I'm sure the Commission is also doing with all of the member states in the Union. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are not familiar with ETC and what ETC is and is doing, let me just say that ETC has been set up in 1948 by 19 countries to promote Europe as a travel destination to long-haul tourism markets outside of Europe. Our organization is older than the European Union itself, and it was set up under the post-war Marshall Plan to rebuild Europe's tourism industry. In those days, there was a big awareness of the importance of tourism in the vitality of European economics and European industry. As today, Europe is struggling with the consequences and the financial challenges posed by recent events on the financial market. I do believe that tourism once again should step up, and this is why we are here today. This is why national tourism organizations under the umbrella of ETC are reaching out to the tourism industry because we think there's a brilliant future if we can find each other, we can make each other stronger. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not keep you very long. I've been waiting to say this because it's a quote from Henry VIII, that's what he said to each and every one of his women. Will not be keeping you too long. You have a lot of interesting speakers on the program today, but let me just share with you a few thoughts on the future of tourism in Europe and Destination Europe. I do believe that together as an industry we face tremendous challenges. When we speak about Destination Europe, is there something like Destination Europe? I don't think we need to find an answer to that question today. I think we need to leave from the assumption that there is a Destination Europe, and you will hear demonstrated here by several speakers that indeed the perception of Europe as one travel destination exists around the world. But what to do then with new trends of nationalism in Europe? What to do with the role that regions take up in Europe, and even the role of regions becoming stronger and stronger in Europe? These two movements in Europe are a reality. What should we do as a national tourism industry, and how should the tourism industry from the private sector, how do you feel that you are somehow threatened in your businesses by, or enhanced in your businesses, helped in your businesses by stronger regions, and also on the other hand by the nationalism in Europe? Nationalism in Europe and social sustainability are not always compatible, so social sustainability can give an answer to the individuality of nationalism in Europe, I think, by strengthening European citizenship. And European citizenship is the pride of people in Europe to be able to tell around the world, I'm a European citizen. First and foremost, I'm a European citizen. When you ask an American where he's from, I think most of the Americans would say, I'm an American. When you're from Europe and they ask you around the world where you're from, people first and foremost answer by their local, the place where they live. I'm from London, or I'm from Paris. And then perhaps by their countries, instead of saying, I'm European and I live this or this place. It's a real thing, because if we want to make the tourism industry in Europe stronger, I do believe we need to strengthen European citizenship, because the people who travel to Europe and who want to visit Europe, they want to feel welcome in a continent that has a grasp on what the continent and what the future of this continent is about, and what the role of European citizens is for the development of our continent. A second thought that I wanted to share is that we should always keep in mind that we should start from the customer needs. The customer needs, tailoring the supply to the almost individual demand is a real challenge. How do we fit promoting Europe as a travel destination as a whole to the increasingly individual demand from the customer? This leads me to a third point. Is there something like a product Europe? We might build routes, cultural, thematical routes throughout Europe, the Danube, St. James, and so on and so on. But does this mean that also the private industry has followed along these routes and is developing produce? Might be interesting there to see what the Commission and European institutions are doing on the product development side. Most of those efforts are in the regional development programs. So we need to make sure, and I think this effort needs to come from the national governments, we need to make sure that the regional development programs and the promotion of Europe as a travel destination, that they are at least speaking to each other, that they are at least communicating and making sure that we are building the product in Europe that your customer and that our customer wants and expects. And of course, building a product Europe brings with it a lot of other issues. We are in dire need of more clarity and more unification with taxes, with visa. ETC has developed a policy or some recommendations to the Commission about the visa policy in Europe, which we will be presenting very soon, I think next week, here in London at the World Travel Market. We are very keen to present this to you, and we invite you to come and listen. But then, of course, there's a lot of other things that need to be discussed, and this is why I, without any further ado, want to give the floor to a lot of distinguished speakers today. Once more, let me thank our good friends at ETOA for the collaboration. I've been told that they made sure to book the best theater in town with the most comfortable seats in town. So don't fall asleep like I usually do when I go to the cinema. But please take part actively in the discussions of today. And we are sure that there will be many more of these opportunities for the next few years, because this is just the start. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. You've covered so much of the ground. I have very few things to say, and luckily very little space to say it in. But those of you who've had the misfortune to listen to me over decades will know that we are very concerned that Europe is losing market share in most of its principal origin markets. The reason for this could be merely perceptual. The big origin markets are growing more affluently than Europe is, or they're growing faster than Europe is, and it's natural that they will spend their money on travel, and that travel is likely to be local rather than long haul to Europe. Nevertheless, if you look at somewhere like North America, our market share has on the whole gone down over the last 15 years, not gone up. And there is even an argument that the aggregate number of visitors from North America has stalled over the last 15 years. The good news, according to Forward Keys, the people who are able to look at forward booking patterns, is that demand from the US for Europe next year appears to be going up. And the good news from ETC is that their forward predictions for the US appear to be going up. They do not seem quite as strong for the other main origin markets that we're looking at today. The reasons for this, and I'll be very brief, are usually perceived by us in Europe as being supply side. We look at things like the Package Travel Directive creating regulatory burdens on the industry. We look at the tour operators margin scheme imposing tax regulations on the industry. We look at visas stopping people coming in. But the really important question to ask is, what do the consumers think? What do the origin markets think? And that is the story of today's meeting, because we are gathering together people with deep expertise in America, in Russia, in China, to talk to us this afternoon. And in order to help us do that, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Tony Travers, Professor from the London School of Economics, who's an old friend of the association. He helped us do something last year. Please give him a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Tom, and welcome, good afternoon, one and all. First, I want to not only to welcome everybody who is sitting in this elegantly raked theatre, but also to those online. This is being broadcast live online, and also to remind everybody that there is a hashtag, which is Brand Europe, to encourage you to tweet your thoughts carefully these days to the outside world. As the third person to say hello and welcome this afternoon, I too will keep it brief and get on to the main events. But coming as a sort of friendly outsider to an event of this kind, it is undoubtedly a fascinating time to be thinking about Europe and about the future of an industry which clearly is important to the continent of Europe for all sorts of reasons I don't need to explain to this audience. I mean, Europe, despite its sequential challenges, I thought long and hard about what sequential challenges, and certainly within a very short time recently, Greece and the euro crisis, the asylum issue, which continues along with immigration to be a significant challenge to the whole of Europe or to much of Europe. And, you know, looking ahead, Britain's referendum, all of these things are in their way enormous issues. They're globally important issues which have an implication for Europe's image. Having said that, Europe is a curiously idealized place. It's still an attractive place for people to live and work, attractive to its own citizens, though you wouldn't generally think that living in most countries where they all sort of attack the politicians of the day, but in the end they are relatively attractive places. And not only to people who live in Europe, but to many beyond. And in many ways, Europe, the last 30, 40 years of Europe are one of a remarkable transition where the place has improved, certainly democratically, very substantially. Now, tourism, again, as I said, don't need to say here today, is a great industry with a future as leisure spending grows, assuming GDP grows, and you know it is haltingly now growing across Europe, certainly in Britain relatively strongly. Then tourism as part of the growing leisure economy definitely has a future. However, and we heard this from what the two previous speakers said, Europe's a place that people in some ways feel they know a lot about. It has a history, profoundly understood history, but an image that will be affected by current affairs, current policies, and crucially, by competition from elsewhere. So the purpose of today then is to have a number of presentations about the political and economic of Europe and its image, or at least those thinking of coming here from outside. So we've got factual presentations from three parts of the world about Russia, China and the United States, and then panels here to open up a discussion about each of those markets for for Britain from these parts of the world. And then there will, after that, be an opportunity when the panels have made themselves comfortable here for questions from the audience and a wider discussion. So that's all from me by way of the third and final introductory part of the afternoon. Next, or first, the substance of the afternoon. We're going to hear from Christina Boros, who is the Policy Officer for the European Commissioner, Director General for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs, concerned with tourism, emerging and creative industries. And what she's going to talk about is priorities for the next 5 years. And that will be followed immediately by a video message from Claudia Tampardell, who is the co-chair of the Intergroup on European Tourism Development, Cultural Heritage, the Ways of St. James and Other European Cultural Routes. But perhaps if I can begin by inviting Christina to come to the lectern. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. First of all, on behalf of the European Commission, I would like to thank the organizers, the European Travel Commission and ETOA, for inviting us to this event and giving us the possibility to share with you our planned actions, our priorities in the EU tourism policy for the next few years, and also to debate with you, answer your questions if you may have any. But before I actually talk about the actions and the priority areas, I would like to give you a few facts and figures, and just to help you refresh our minds about the importance of tourism to the EU economy, and to see why it is important to concentrate on these actions and these priority areas that we are going to work on. So, as you see from the presentation, Europe, I'm sure you all know, is a cross-cutting sector, the third largest economic area in the European Union, dominated by SMEs. Over 99% of the industry is by SMEs, and over 90% of them are micro enterprises, which is very important to take into account when we are formulating policies. Now, the direct contribution is about 5% to the EU GDP and creates about 9.7 million jobs. However, if we look at the induced and indirect impacts of tourism on the EU economy, then the contribution is even more significant. So we are talking about 10% of the EU GDP that is produced by the travel and tourism sector and the connecting sectors. And it is undoubtable that the tourism contribution to the job market is also very serious. Tourism is one of the main sectors involving or employing mostly women and young people, so it is one of the major entry points to the job market to fresh graduates and unemployed people. Now, with 581 million international tourist arrivals in 2014, Europe is indeed the #1 tourist destination in the world. It is thanks to many various issues, such as diversity of cultural and natural heritage, historical heritage, good connectivity. We could list quite a lot of issues that make Europe an attractive place to visit. International tourism, on this chart we can see very clearly, is going to grow. It has reached 1 billion yardstick 2 years ago, and it is forecasted to grow, to double in 15 years from now. So this means additional demand that the European tourism industry has to capitalize on. However, it is clearly shown also on this chart that the challenges are coming, because the market share of Europe is going to decline. So increased competition is going to cause the market share to decline. There are other challenges that we have to face in European tourism, such as information and communication technologies, that is very much affecting the industry. Improving the quality of tourism jobs, appropriate skills development is another challenge that we hear very often from our stakeholders. Economic, social, environmental sustainability, accessibility, and seasonality are all challenges which affect very much the productivity and the competitiveness of the industry. So talking a little about market shares, these are very interesting charts which show the evolution of the market shares over 30 years from 2001 onwards. If you concentrate only on the blue, the black, and the yellow lines, you can see blue representing the whole of Europe, the black representing EU 28, and the yellow Asia Pacific. You will see that from 15 years on, from now, the EU and Asia Pacific market shares are going to be almost the same, which means that Asia Pacific is going to catch up, and if we don't address this problem, if we don't do something about this, then we are going to lose such serious market share that the industry is going to struggle. So what can we do about this? Our work at European level in the European Commission is very much defined by our legal and policy framework. So let's have a look at what defines our work, what we are going to introduce to you in a few minutes. So the legal framework, as many of you know, is defined by the Treaty of Lisbon, Article 195, which allows the European Commission to complement, to support, and to coordinate the actions of the member states in the area of tourism, by encouraging the creation of favorable environment for the businesses, also to support and encourage exchange of good practices and cooperation between the different actors in the market. However, it is very important to underline that the treaty does not allow the European Commission to propose any actions which would harmonize the laws of the member states. The next level, the policy level framework, is defined by strategic communication, which was adopted by the Commission in 2010. This framework outlines 21 actions, policy actions, which are grouped under 4 strategic priority areas. Stimulating the competitiveness of the sector, promoting the development of sustainable, responsible, and high-quality tourism, consolidating the image and profile of Europe as a destination, and maximizing the potential of EU financial instruments for tourism development. This is all going to feed into higher level European Commission objectives, such as, for example, the single market strategy, which was adopted yesterday by the European Commission. And this strategy is offering us a huge potential which we have to capitalize on. So we must ensure that the single market rules will be correctly implemented for tourism services as well. Now, as you know, every time when there is a new commission and a new strategy, then we have to rethink the way we work. So in line with the new commission priorities and in line with the new single market strategy, we have highlighted 4 priority areas in European tourism policy that we are going to concentrate on. So number 1 is joint promotion of Europe as a destination, particularly in third countries markets. Internationalization, so an action directly aimed at SMEs and supporting SMEs to enhance their presence in key markets. Promoting the digitalization, the uptake of digitalization, particularly by SMEs, but in the sector in general, and also upgrading the skills and competencies in the sector. So these are the 4 priority areas that I'm going to talk about a bit more in detail now. So first of all, let's talk about the joint promotion of Europe. We all know that there is a strong, and we all agree in this room, that there is a very strong added value behind joint promotion. So we have been working on joint promotion of Europe for the past years, but joint promotion without the close cooperation between member states, regions, and industry will not happen. So therefore, we call on these actors to work with us and to work between themselves to enhance the joint promotion of Europe as a destination. We have had already a long-standing relationship in this area with the European Travel Commission. So the past few years, we have been working together to promote Europe as a tourism destination, both within Europe and to long-haul markets such as Asia, India, China, Russia, South America. To enhance the visibility and the image of this wonderful destination. Now, we are going to continue this cooperation with the European Travel Commission. So this year we already have the money put aside for the ETC to work with us on further promotional activities. We are going to continue to concentrate on key third countries market, long-haul markets, and we are going to enhance the involvement of the industry under this action as well for the effectiveness of the action. We are also going to launch a communication campaign. This campaign is going to focus more on intra-EU travel, so we are going to try to put more emphasis on less known European destinations and try to encourage Europeans to travel to another member state within Europe. And then we have also the support from the European Parliament. So they are going to give us some budget under pilot projects and preparatory actions, also for promotion purposes. So we are going to develop an action which will enhance the visibility under a transnational project of UNESCO heritage sites within the European Union. And also we are going to have another action on branding Europe, so to enhance the visibility and promote the brand Europe as a destination. In terms of internationalization, as I said before, this action will concentrate directly on SMEs. So we are going to support SMEs and their representative associations, federations at national and European level to enhance their participation and their visibility in third countries' markets. This action will involve the organization of information events and business-to-business matching events for different types of tourism products, such as, for example, culture, natural tourism, cycling, food, etc. We have quite a large segment of our budget for this action, which is 3.1 million euros, but it covers 2 years. So the action is already foreseen for 2 years to go on, and we would like to cover 10 to 12 international and fairs under this action. So the countries we are going to concentrate on are China, India, Brazil, US, Canada, possibly Australia. And then, of course, this will also involve the Europe Enterprise Network, which has a sector group on tourism and cultural heritage we will also work with. Last but not least, we will also have to draw on the experience of our industry stakeholders. For example, ETOA, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow there's going to be a B2B event tomorrow, and I have been told that ETOA has over 20 years experience in organizing such events, so we will very much rely on knowledge and experience exchange from the industry. Digitalization is at the heart of the competitiveness of the European travel sector. And we need to follow market trends. We have to enable the development of new innovative business models, and we have to capitalize on the digital single market package, which was adopted a few weeks ago by the European Commission. Within this framework, in DG GROW, by the tourism unit, the unit dealing with tourism, we have formed a digital tourism network. We launched this network in March earlier this year, and we asked on all stakeholders who would like to work with us, to debate with us on digital tourism issues, to join this network. It's an informal network, so if you still want to join, you are the most welcome. And within this network, with the help of some experts, we are currently mapping the state of play, the challenges and the opportunities of the uptake of digitalization by the tourism industry, particularly by micro and small enterprises. We would like to come up, of course, at the end of this research with some policy recommendations to see how we could help the uptake of digitalization. And of course, we will present the findings of this research to anyone who is interested to hear about this mid-next year. At a higher level, a little higher level than our unit, in DG GROW still, the Director General has also created a task force, but this task force is focusing exclusively on collaborative economy, but across sectors. So they are looking at how collaborative economy affects different sectors. They are currently doing a kind of mapping, assessing the economic impacts of collaborative economy. And of course, it is also in the view of coming up with policy recommendations. Further to this, there is a very strong cooperation in this area with other Director Generals within the European Commission, such as, for example, DG Justice, who is responsible for consumer affairs, DG Connect for digital technologies, DG Move, who is responsible for transport issues, and also DG Competition. Enhancing skills and competencies is also one of the key issues. We keep hearing from our stakeholders that obtaining and retaining skilled staff in tourism is particularly difficult. Tourism jobs are not necessarily very sexy due to several issues, level of payment, the quality of jobs, the seasonality of jobs, etc. We have carried out a study, and we presented it just a couple of weeks ago in Brussels, on the demand and the offer of skilled workforce in tourism. And this study found that there is a serious mismatch. I think we already knew this, but we needed something to support it. There is a serious mismatch between the demand and the offer of skilled workforce in the sector. To address this issue, we have already been working previously in the European Commission. We have worked with the DG Employment to develop a hospitality skills passport, which means that we helped to come up with a definition of certain tourism skills. And we integrated all this in the EURES website, which many of you might be familiar with. It's a website by the European Commission which helps the matching of businesses with job seekers. And now there's a dedicated tourism and hospitality section in this website. Recently only, we have started working on the drop-in portal, which is also a very new project. It was only launched this summer by the European Commission. It's a digital platform which focuses on traineeships and apprenticeships across sectors, so it's a general cross-sectoral platform, but we would like to also enhance the visibility of tourism traineeships and tourism apprenticeship possibilities on this website. So it's a website that also matches those who offer traineeships and apprenticeships with those who are actually seeking. It's a very practical, very simple website. If you have a chance, please take a look at it. Then there is another initiative also by the European Commission, a European Alliance for Apprenticeships, which is more kind of cooperation platform between the industry, educational institutes, and public authorities of the member states. And it aims at exactly addressing the gap between the national educational curricula and the demand, the needs of the industry in terms of tourism skills and competencies. So what we are trying to encourage here is that these actors work together to provide the sort of education in tourism that the industry needs. Now, more in a practical level that also involves money, we have a call for proposals coming up, also with the help of the European Parliament. They have given us €1 million to implement an action which would help improve the traineeships, the quality of traineeships, and the mobility of traineeships and apprenticeships in tourism. This is going to be implemented next year. We have also been working on improving digital skills, which are very important nowadays in the sector. We have implemented several webinars, mostly focusing on marketing skills of micro-enterprises. They are still available on our website, and we would like to continue producing similar webinars on various topics.
3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, that's very useful. No. I would also like to call your attention to call for proposals launched by DG Employment, who are capitalizing on the Erasmus Plus and the European Social Fund, who have much more serious money to offer. I think altogether 35 billion euros for training and development, training and apprenticeship development purposes. Last but not least, improving the business environment. To compete with new emerging destinations, we must invest in quality. We must improve infrastructure, resource efficiency, skills, etc. And for this, we need money. So it is essential to ensure better access to finance. As you know, we have the COSME program, the program for the competitiveness of small and medium-sized enterprises. This is where my unit gets its budget. The bad news is that for next year, we are going to have a very reduced budget. We asked for 12 million. We are lucky to get 4.5, which means that we had to rethink, obviously, the way we work. And this is why also one of the reasons we are focusing on main priorities in our work. However, as it has been said before, the main money comes from the structural funds. And we still believe that although most of the stakeholders are aware of the possibilities under the structural funds, they still could be used in a more focused, more effective way. And what we are trying to do is raise awareness, working together with DG Regio, for example, about the financing possibilities. We have produced the guide on EU funding, which is available on our website. You may download it, and we are also going to have it translated into all of the EU languages. So it's going to be available to the wider public. And I have also mentioned before the Erasmus Plus and the European Social Fund possibilities. Now, visa facilitation, it has been mentioned before as a very important issue. It has been estimated that we are losing annually 6.6 million potential tourists, which could mean 12.6 billion loss of GDP and 250,000 jobs lost each year. We know, let me show you the next chart, which is quite interesting. It's about tourism arrivals, international tourist arrivals by 2030. I would concentrate more on the left side of the chart, which is showing the coming from of the different areas of different regions of the world. We will see by 2030, Asia Pacific will reach almost 550 million tourist arrivals. And although only, I think 80% are expected to reach other regions than the Asia Pacific, it still translates into quite a serious amount of 98 million tourist arrivals, which will reach other regions of the world, which we should not miss out on. Therefore, it is important to work on the visa issue. We understand that the Commission's proposal, which was quite balanced and did not compromise security at national level, is going through very serious discussions and very difficult discussions in Council currently. So here, the industry has a very serious role. We unfortunately cannot influence these discussions anymore. It is up to the industry now to team up, to several interested sectors, subsectors to team up and lobby at national level. So we call always when we meet the industry on them to go and talk to ministries of tourism, ministries of national security to lobby for the issue of visa, because we think that it would bring a very serious added value. Visa facilitation would bring a serious added value to the tourism industry. Yeah, my last slide. Sorry. So basically, we are not giving up on sustainable tourism, which we have been working on quite a long time already. You might be familiar with the Eden competition, which has been going on since 2007, if I'm not mistaken. It's a national competition, which unfortunately, due to the reduction of the budget, we have to redesign. We will no longer be able to finance competitions in each member state, but it does not mean the competition will stop. So we will still organize competitions at EU level, most probably, but under a new concept. We have the European Tourism Indicator System. Some member states might be, or even some destinations might be familiar with. It's a system for the sustainability improvement of destinations. And we are currently revising the system, which we will come up with a revised version of the system early next year. Finally, the European Charter of Sustainable and Responsible Tourism, a long-standing project which now has been overtaken by another task force in DG GROW under the leadership of our previous director, Mr. Ortun, who finds this a very important and very project close to his heart. We also find this very important, obviously. Let me just give you a couple of upcoming events. The European Tourism Day on the 16th of December. Registration is not yet open, but it will be very soon, possibly next week, open on our website. The theme is going to concentrate on the promotion of Europe, and there is going to be the European Tourism Indicator System Conference early next year. Our contact details, our website, please do visit. And if you have any questions, I'm at your disposal. Thank you very much for your attention.
We're going to move straight on to the...
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Straight on to the video message.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers and participants, my name is Claudia Țapardel. I am a Romanian member of the European Parliament and member of the Transport and Tourism Committee and also co-chair of the Tourist Development and Cultural Heritage Intergroup. I regret not to be able to address you in person today. However, I am very grateful to the European Travel Commission for the invitation to speak about the priorities for the tourist sector in the next years. I will share with you today the key priorities I see essential to keep the competitiveness of the tourism industry and Europe as the #1 tourist destination. Tourism is playing a central role in our legislative. This can be illustrated by the creation of the Parliamentary Intergroup. It's not easy to create intergroups in our Parliament. It requires the support of at least 3 political groups, but in the process I managed to obtain the support of the group leaders and 140 MEPs from all the national delegations and almost all political groups. That sends a very strong message of support from our Parliament to the tourism industry. Our intergroup raises awareness to the tourism industry and provides a platform for discussions between the EU institutions, representatives from the member state, private sector and civil society. In return, the intergroup helps to shape an integrated approach to the promotion of European tourism. In the past year, I met with many stakeholders from the public and private tourism sector. The discussions we had, the events I organized and the debates in our intergroup points to the following priorities. The first priority relates to raising the profile of tourism industry in Europe. While the tourism industry generates over 10% of the EU GDP, this contribution is often neglected by our institutions. As an example, tourism has no permanent budget line in the EU budget. Moreover, it is visibly within the European Commission is decreasing. That is reflected by the cuts in the budget and staff members in the DGs where tourism is being dealt with. That is not the right way if we want to keep Europe as the world #1 destination for tourists. In the European Parliament, we are ready to help. As member of the Transport and Tourism Committee, I tabled amendments to the 2016 budget report to restore the budget of programs under COSME for promoting tourism. Moreover, together with my colleagues, we have secured the allocation of €500,000 to the EU budget for 2016 exactly for the promotion of Europe in the world. That is done by the pilot project Destination Europe. Another initiative I am promoting in these regards is the nomination of a European Year on Cultural Heritage and Tourism. This initiative shows how important it is to promote, protect and preserve Europe's touristic sites and cultural heritage. This initiative also helps to raise awareness to the economic contribution of the tourism and cultural industries. That is reflected in job creation, promotion of SMEs and the development of infrastructure. Placing tourism in the heart of the EU agenda will provide the means to achieve our targets and also raise the profile of the tourism industry in the EU and non-European markets. Another priority I would like to mention refers to the need to develop tourism in areas that are less known but are still rich in culture and attraction. For example, Maramureș, a region in North Romania which offers beautiful landscapes, unique food and cultural traditions. While there is a high touristic potential in this region, the public transportation and infrastructure is very poor. Improving links and connectivity will contribute to the economic and social development of the region and country as a whole. Although I use Maramureș as an example, there are plenty more regions across Europe with the same problem. We must take more actions to upgrade railway connections, complete road and highway development, and have more directly connected flights. Being a member of the Transport and Tourism Committee, I work on the issue of connectivity to remote areas. My recent work as the S&D rapporteur on the White Paper on Transport proves that. In my work on this file, I stressed the need to prioritize the EU policies on better connectivity in the EU, mostly to remote areas. I am devoted to continue working together with my colleagues on this issue in future dossiers. The third, but not the least priority I would like to mention, relates to the shortage of skilled labor in the tourism industry. As I mentioned earlier, the tourism industry is an important source for job creation in Europe. The industry has the capacity to help reduce unemployment, mainly for young people. It also brings back to the labor force the young adult unemployed and gives work-life balance to parents, but more needs to be done to deal with the needs of industry and social rights of workers at the same time. We need more investment in quality employment to make the tourism sector more attractive to students and graduates. We also have to look at the needs of the tourism industry by providing high-quality training opportunities to people employed in the sector. In this context, more efforts are needed to make tourism a high-level education discipline within the social science branch. Here I propose to create a European Academy for training of workers in the tourism industry. Such institution is vital to eliminate skill gaps and increase the relevance of vocational training. The best way for Europe to tackle the challenges faced by the tourism industry is within a change of policy. We need a new approach to replace the outdated 2010 communication on European tourism. I welcome the 8 common actions to foster the European tourism industry outlined by the Commissioner Bieńkowska in her speech in Madrid this year. But I also believe that the right way forward is to renew and update the Commission strategy on tourism. To remind you, the 2010 document does not reflect the changes brought by the digital agenda or the sharing economy. It does not reflect the EU enlargement or the growing competition with non-European markets. We need an inclusive strategy to deal with these challenges and transform them into opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, besides involving 2 million businesses, providing 10 million jobs, the tourism industry is one of the few sectors which still grows and creates jobs despite the economic crisis. We cannot turn our back to these numbers. In order to preserve the contribution of the sector, we need to ensure its visibility in daily policies defined by our institution and national governments. We need to ensure that access is provided to all the touristic destinations across Europe for truly exploring its potential. Last but not least, we need to guarantee a degree of human capital in the sector while taking into consideration the needs of the industry. These 3 priorities will help set the means to bring more tourists into Europe while supporting the growth of our industry and our economy. I would like to thank you for your attention and I wish you a fruitful debate. Thank you.
Right, very good. Well, we've now had contribution from an official in Brussels and from a parliamentarian, and it's got us off to a good start. What I want to do now is to thank both Christina and Claudia Tapadell for their contributions. And now I'd like to move on to our keynote speech. This is to be given by Gideon Rachman, who is Chief Foreign Affairs columnist from the Financial Times, where he's worked since 2006, and whose job entails reporting from all over the world. Before joining the FT, Gideon was a foreign correspondent for The Economist, including stints in Brussels and Bangkok. He sort of travelled round most of the places that are the origins for tourists to Europe, and has a particular interest in both emerging Asia and in the European Union. So, without more ado, I'd like to invite Gideon Rachman to come up on stage and to talk about the perception of Europe around the world, and that will be followed by an opportunity for questions and answers. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Tony, for the introduction, and thanks to Tom Jenkins for inviting me. In fact, inviting me back. Tom was reminding me that I think I spoke last to this organisation about 16 years ago. It was just before I went to Brussels. It was just before the launch of the euro. And it's actually quite interesting to reflect on how things feel in Europe over the, after these intervening 15, 16 years. I think it's, in some ways, we've made a lot of progress. I think in other ways, it's a rather gloomier, more troubled time. And I'd like to talk a little bit, before I go specifically into perceptions of Europe and how they affect the tourism industry, which I'll do in the second bit of my talk. I'd like to talk a little bit about reality, because, of course, there is some connection between reality and perception, but that's not automatic. And I think that it is the case that, thinking back to that period that Tony alluded to, that I was in Brussels from 2001 to 2006, it was a period when Europe felt like it was doing rather better. It was a more optimistic period. Now, you can make things feel like golden ages in retrospect, and of course that period had its troubles as well. I mean, shortly after I arrived, 9/11 happened, and even though it happened on the other side of the Atlantic, it was an event that kind of caused turmoil in Europe. You had the Iraq War, you had massive political divisions. Nonetheless, this was also a period when the EU was building up to the enlargement of the EU, when it sort of close to doubled in size, from 15 to now 28 members, and that gave a tremendous sense of momentum to the project, a sense that everybody wanted to join in with it. It was also just before the launch of the euro. That actually then happens in around 2001, 2002, which technically works extremely well and seems to be working well economically in the initial years. So there was a kind of forward momentum, and there was this ambitious program. I don't know whether anyone even talks about it anymore, but at the time there was this idea of a Lisbon agenda, which was going to turn Europe into the most competitive economy in the world by 2020. And then if you want to sort of think, well, when do things start going slightly wrong, I would guess it would be another event on the other side of the Atlantic, would be the financial crisis that began with the collapse of Lehman Brothers. Since then, obviously, the economic problems have piled up, and I don't think we're fully out of them, because the financial crisis then leads to the euro crisis, which, as well as causing debt problems right across southern Europe, the various bailouts we're all familiar with, creates political divisions within Europe, so that some of the acrimony that you see between northern and southern Europe, between Germany and Greece and so on, would have been quite hard to imagine back in 2005, before the crisis hit. And now we, of course, have a migration crisis as well. It's quite a new thing, so it's perhaps premature to start talking about what it all means. We're really in the midst of it. But it seems to me that one of the dangers we're facing is that, having seen a division open up between northern and southern Europe over the euro crisis, this migration crisis now may create a division between Eastern and Western Europe, and more particularly between Germany and its Eastern partners, because of the German effort to try to persuade the rest of the European Union to parcel out refugees in a more equitable fashion, to share some of the costs. We've seen at recent EU summits that there's been quite a lot of pushback from that. I suspect it may get actually worse now with the election of the new Polish government, which is very opposed to migrant-sharing schemes. So the Germans, who obviously have emerged over the last 10 years as, I think, clearly the central power in the European Union. Again, that's a big change. Back when I was starting all this, it was still very common to talk about the Franco-German couple as the key grouping inside the EU. And I think that although people still pay a bit of lip service to that, there is still a feeling that now that really it's Berlin that matters. Now, that can change if the German economy weakened, or if France suddenly looked stronger, or if Britain made a definitive decision to stay inside the EU. Perhaps the political map would change. But I think for the moment, Germany is the central power within the EU, and there was a very high official of the EU who recently visited the FT and said, I won't sort of say he was, because he was being a bit kind of cheeky, but he said, I think that the French and the Germans like to talk about the Franco-German couple because the French need to talk about it because it disguises how weak they are, and the Germans need to talk about it because it disguises how strong they are. But in the end, it's really Berlin. But if Berlin has a bad relationship with Southern Europe because of the Euro crisis, and a potentially bad relationship with the new countries of Eastern Europe over the migrant crisis, and Britain's thinking of leaving, and France is about to face a presidential election in which the far right will do well, although I don't think Marine Le Pen will win. It's clearly a much more turbulent period. Now, do you need to worry about all this? Do our tourists need to worry about all this? Well, yes and no. I think actually one of the nice things about tourists is how charmingly impervious they are to what's on the front pages of the newspapers. They really don't care most of the time. And this was driven home to me when I went to Athens at the time when we all thought, it was in July, July, August, when really the Greek banks were on the point of closure. There was talk that Greece was going to be forced out of the euro that weekend at an emergency EU summit. And so I sort of thought I'd better get down to Athens. It was the vote that, if you remember, would they reject the bailout or not. So I flew down from Helsinki on a Sunday morning to get into Athens in time for the vote, and thinking the plane would be empty or would only be other journalists. In fact, it was stuffed with Finnish tourists who apparently unaware that there was any kind of crisis, even though we were told that actually all the cash points would be closed in Athens, and I'd loaded up with cash. It would have been a fantastic time to be a mugger in Athens, because everybody coming into Greece had huge wads of cash on them. But the tourists, if you went into Syntagma Square where the politics was going on, there was, a lot of demonstrations and emotion and so on. If you moved 2 blocks from Syntagma Square or took the bus down to the Acropolis, the tourists were just kind of going about their business as usual. And so it does take quite a lot to actually make people think, I think I won't go to Europe because things are looking a bit rocky. I don't think we're really at that stage yet. The only thing is, I think that the one thing that could change, or two that I would point to that would be potentially worrying. One is terrorism, obviously. And of course, this year began with the Charlie Hebdo murders in Paris and the huge demonstrations which drew attention around the whole world to what had happened. And I gather there was a small drop-off in bookings to France after that, though I think it's probably recovered now. And it's something that we in Britain got used to. In the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, I remember we were always infuriated there'd be some sort of IRA bombing somewhere, and tourists, Americans would start cancelling their holidays, and you'd say, well, hang on, that was the one bombing in a city of 15 million people. It's not going to affect you, but it does affect perceptions. People begin to think, well, maybe not. I'll go somewhere else. So I think terrorism is a potential worry, and of course we could have had another attack quite recently, were it not ironically for some American tourists come soldiers who overcame the guy on the Thalys train coming from Amsterdam to Paris. I think the other thing to watch, and again it's something that's only really developing, is this question of borders. Because, if you want to market Europe as one destination, well, or just as somewhere where you can get around easily, obviously Schengen, border-free zone, is a huge help. And if borders start closing, as we're beginning to get hints of between, Austria and Slovenia, Hungary and Serbia obviously not in the EU, but this idea that fences are returning. You even had briefly in this crisis the Danes closing the train links between Denmark and Germany. If that kind of thing becomes more frequent, then I think it could begin to affect the atmosphere for tourists. And indeed, just as a modest example, I was talking to a French diplomat about the Eurostar the other day, and we were agreeing that actually you now think twice about if you absolutely have to be on time, because there are so many disruptions because of migrants getting on the line and so on, and the train is delayed for a couple of hours. If that kind of thing begins to seep into people's consciousness that, it's not as easy as it used to be because somehow the political situation or the economic situation is affecting things, then that too can affect the perception of Europe as somewhere where you necessarily want to go to relax. However, I do think that it's as things stand, however much people like me, we've got plenty to write about, I don't think you're yet in the situation where Europe's attractions as a destination are seriously compromised. And those attractions are pretty huge. So let me turn to what outsiders think of Europe and how that might affect the tourism industry. I mean, we heard in the previous presentation very interesting figures about how Europe is losing market share. Both Tom and the speaker from the European Commission referred to it. And I can understand why you're anxious about it, but actually, I don't think you should be that anxious about loss of market share per se. I think it's actually probably an inevitable result of the economic growth of Asia, if you think of how Asians are going to behave. Let me explain what I mean is that if you think about how we as Europeans behave, sort of relatively affluent middle-class people, we'll take at most one holiday, big holiday outside Europe, I think, unless you're retired or something, or particularly affluent. But you might take a couple of short breaks to the rest of Europe if you've got time. So there's a natural propensity to take to holiday close to home initially. And I think that as Asians become more affluent, and you've got to remember this is really quite a recent development. The emergence of the Chinese middle class and of the Indian middle class has really been happening over the last 10 to 20 years. They will kind of replicate those patterns. More of them will come to Europe, no doubt about it, and they want to. And we will see a big increase in tourism from Asia. But the share of Europe of the global tourism market, I think, probably will go down because a lot of Asians will also travel to Asia. And that's kind of inevitable. I don't think as long as Europe's, the amount of money being spent in Europe is going up, and as long as we don't get a feedback that people are saying, actually, Europe's no longer attractive, and I don't think that pick that up, I wouldn't worry too much about the overall market share figures, because again, if you compare tourism to any other industry, almost in any industry you care to think of, whether it's car sales, computer sales, the amount that Asia accounts for is going up. I mean, Apple's biggest market for the iPhone is now China. It's not the United States. So the Asian consumer is now, I think, the biggest new factor in the global economy. And in tourism, it seems to me likely that they will initially spend most relatively close to home, because that's also what you do when you take your first holiday. You're unlikely to go to the other side of the world. But if you take several holidays, more of them will be close to home. But I think within that, you will see more and more of a trend of people beginning to want to come to Europe. Maybe they'll do their first holiday next door, but then they'll begin to think about Europe. And there was an interesting figure I came across that I think in the year 2000, more Chinese tourists went to the island of Macau than to Europe. And that's changed. But that was a moment in time where suddenly people had enough money to get out of the country or just to go next door. But now they're beginning to be able to be a bit more adventurous. And again, another figure, there were 57 million Chinese tourists who went overseas in 2010. That figure is, I think, almost certain to double over the next decade. And if you talk to people who are much more expert than me on Chinese tourism, they tend to feel that Europe is extremely well placed. There's an article I'd recommend to you, just because it's a good read, as much as a guide, but by a guy called Evan Osnos. It's spelled O-S-N-O-S. It was in the New Yorker in 2011, and it's also in his recent book on China. But what Evan did, he was an American journalist, was he accompanied a Chinese tour group around Europe. And for every one of those people on that tour, it was their first ever trip outside China. And so it was an interesting profile of the kind of people they were. They were the new emerging Chinese middle class. There was a TV set designer, somebody who made a bit of money in construction, and so on. And just to encourage you all, I mean, from the article, Evan Osnos writes, when the Chinese travel industry polls the public on its dream destinations, no place ranks higher than Europe. So it is clear that that Europe as a destination is extremely attractive to not just to the Chinese, but to the Southeast Asians, to the Indians, and so on. And I think that that is likely to continue. Now, how they consume Europe is also kind of interesting. In some ways, it's a bit like the parodies or the kind of images that Europeans may have had of unsophisticated Americans in the 1950s about people charging from one country to another and, you know, ticking, if it's Tuesday, it must be Belgium. There is an element of that. So that the classic European tour that Evan Osnos and his Chinese companions went on took in 5 countries in 10 days. Everything was included. It was quite expensive. It was $2,200 US, all meals, all travel. Every meal they ate was Chinese. But this was not necessarily because of lack of adventurousness. Apparently the tourists would occasionally say, look, can we eat some of this European food? And the tour guide would say, there's no time. Because the Europeans spend hours over their meals. You know, it'll take 5 hours and we've got to get on to the next site. So they would rush off. But what Evan suggested in his article, and certainly my impression, is that people become more adventurous with time. So that even within that group, by the end of the 10 days, there was sort of campaigning to, can we actually really go to a European restaurant? And they did it because, people become more habituated to the place and more willing to take a chance. And that was another aspect, again, mentioned in the Evan Osnos article, but also picked up by me, that Chinese are oddly, and I'm sure a lot of first-time tourists are concerned about security. There was a big emphasis in all the stuff these travelers were given when their little packs they were given as they set off, saying, beware of being robbed in the street, beware of beggars, that kind of thing. And, we might think, oh, well, how naive, but I guess if, European tourists head off to Bangkok, where I used to live, you kind of get the same advice. Be careful, watch yourself. And that, again, that kind of image, if there are a few bad stories, of course, that could be ramped up. But I think generally as people become more familiar and more comfortable with travel in Europe, they will relax a little bit on the security front. The other thing is that the places people want to go to, some of them are entirely predictable, the Colosseum, there you have it, etc. But also some of them are quite surprising. So, when I recently went to my old university town of Cambridge, dropped a child off, I was really struck by how many Chinese tourists there were, huge numbers. And now, why was that? That's partly because it's just got on the agenda, but it's also because apparently there's a famous poem written by a Chinese student who was at Cambridge in the early 20th century, which is in every Chinese literature textbook. So all these people have read this poem and they want to go and see the willow trees outside King's College, Cambridge. And so as a result, I'm not sure whether this is necessarily great for what is quite a small town, the whole of the backs of Cambridge are just full of coaches of Chinese tourists. And the streets are full of them. And that has a kind of knock-on effect because the colleges which used to be open, a lot of them are closing because people need to study and so on. But it's something that reminds you that little things people's destinations within Europe aren't going to be totally predictable. Another one that the Chinese are keen on going to is Trier on the German-Luxembourg border. Now, why would they want to go there? Well, because it was the birthplace of Karl Marx, oddly. And I don't think that they're all still communists. I don't think many of them are. But nonetheless, it's a place that they will have heard of. They'll have done a lot of... They will all have had to take compulsory Marxism courses at university, so they're kind of interested. But the place they spend most time is the Louis Vuitton store, which I'm not sure what Marx would feel about that. But and the Chinese, actually, one interesting aspect of them as a group is that they tend to spend more on shopping than on accommodation. Shopping is incredibly important. And again, I've always been a bit baffled by this because if you go to any big Asian city, all of the Western brands we know, they're there. You know, there are 10 Louis Vuitton stores, Bulgari, whatever, you name it. It's the same with the airports. And yet somehow there seems to be an extra attraction in coming to the same store and entering it in Paris or in London, maybe because that's where it was from. So there is a lot of interest in doing shopping. Now, what are the images that people bring with them of Europe, and what do they expect? Again, there's been some quite interesting polling on this. Within China, the most strongest positive image was culture. They thought of Europe as a cultured place. The strongest negative image, or negative word associated with Europe, was arrogant. They thought we looked down on them. Now, that may be simply because, you know, a legacy of colonialism. If you look, you know, and that's not a unique thing for China, but a sense that, you know, in the 19th century, the Europeans were the overlords, and people may still have that at the back of their minds when they think of Europe. And that, I think, one has to bear in mind, that there is, you know, it's not something that will bubble up on a daily basis, but it's something that people might be sensitive to this. You know, do people respect us? Do they treat us well? I think another thing that is true, and this is just anecdotal evidence from talking to Indians and Chinese, is the environment, the cleanness of the environment. There's a rather sort of depressing competition within the FT between our Beijing and Delhi bureau chiefs as to who is breathing the more polluted air. They sort of exchange the particulate readings in their cities at any given time. But it's, you know, Beijing, if you go, particularly in the winter when people are burning coal, it's staggeringly polluted, horrible actually. And Delhi's not that much better. And so I think it's a huge relief for a lot of Asians, particularly from the big cities, when they come to Europe and the sky is blue and the weather's temperate and your throat doesn't hurt when you breathe. It's that basic. But it's something that we should be aware of, and is a real strength of the European Union, Europe as a place, is that it's not only physically attractive, the environment hasn't been wrecked as it has been in a lot of emerging Asia. And to be fair, as it might have looked in Europe in the 19th century when we were going through the Industrial Revolution, we're now in a sort of a cleaner phase of our economic development, but Asia still looks a bit like Europe in the Industrial Revolution. Just the last couple of things on slightly more on the political angle, but I think again a more reassuring vision for Europeans. If you look at global polls of which countries are regarded well and which are regarded badly, actually, there's a poll done by the BBC and GlobeScan. I think they do it every year, but the most recent one in 2014, the most popular country in the world or the country with the most positive image. You asked, did you think it made a positive contribution to the world or a negative contribution? The most positive contribution was Germany, actually. It had 60% positive rating, 18% negative. After that, Canada. After that, the UK, 56 positive, 21 negative. After that, France, 50 positive, 22 negative. The headline, perhaps showing, there was an overall rating for the EU as well. 47% said it made a positive contribution to the world, 22% negative. Now, in the sign of perhaps how gloomy journalists tend to be is that the headline was, for the first time ever, less than 50% of the world thinks the EU is making a positive contribution to the world. But you could put it the other way, that, 2 to 1, they think it is making a positive contribution. And I mean, it is true that the EU as an institution, its ratings are going down, but that's probably a reflection of the euro crisis and so on, that not all the news people are hearing at the moment is good. But overall, people have a positive image of Europe outside Europe. So I talked a bit about some of the old sensitivities left over from colonialism, but perhaps because we're no longer the superpower, the bosses of the world, people don't tend to feel particularly hostile to Europe. They admire the environment, they admire the history, and they want to come here. And so a last word, but this is not as a political analyst or as a tourism analyst, but almost as a consumer, and as a citizen. When I heard Tom and others saying, look, our goal is to encourage more tourism, to get more tour parties into Europe, of course, I agree with that. I can see the importance of tourism to the economy, and we saw the figures just up there. I have to say, however, it didn't strike me as somebody who goes around Europe that we're lacking in that department. I mean, certainly if you go to the Louvre, which I did not so long ago, you can't get near the Mona Lisa because of the number of people who are taking selfies of themselves in front of it. And it's a very strange experience, actually, because there's like 5, and maybe it's the sort of early stages of tourism. When people first come to Europe, they want to tick things off. And so you see it even within the Louvre. There are like 5 pictures that you can't get close to because everybody's posing in front of them with their selfie sticks. But the rest of the Louvre is fine. You can see the whole of the rest of the museum quite well. And again, I mentioned Cambridge, a small place which is now really creaking under the impact of tourism. So I would appeal to you, in the interest of sharing out the economic cake, but also perhaps taking the pressure off some of the most obvious sites. If you can do a great job, not just of marketing Europe, but of marketing the diversity of Europe and of persuading people that there's lots to see and not just the Mona Lisa, that would be great. But I'll leave it there, and I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, I looked to my minders. We've got time for a couple of questions here. I mean, I've got about 12, but would anybody like to get ahead of me in the queue? Stick up a hand if you'd like to. No? Let me start it off then. Gideon, you've looked at the question of tourism in Europe from inside and out, exactly as requested. And I wonder, we heard earlier on from the 2 speakers from Brussels a fair amount about heritage. And it seems to me that, therefore, Europe inevitably is about, Gothic cathedrals, beautiful views, preserved things from the past. Not only that, but significantly that. Whereas the Far East is a completely different world, also in the sense that it's creating exotic skylines, modernity at its most obvious. So I wonder whether, in a sense, there's almost a division of labour potentially there between the hyper-modern, which you get in the Far East and arguably parts of the Americas, Europe, which can do the hyper-modern, but is still the place more than anywhere where the old world, in a good sense, is available. And is that
I think there is something in that. I think that, particularly for the Chinese, where development's been so rapid, it's created almost a sense of disorientation that people think, people complain all over the world, have something to complain about. And one of the things the Chinese sometimes complain about is that, we've become so materialistic and so focused on rapid economic development that we've lost a sense of what, who we are, what we are spiritually. And I think that there is an admiration. Actually, I've heard them say this about India as much as about Europe, that although the Indians are, poorer and actually sometimes looked down upon for that reason in East Asia, there is a sense that, maybe Indian culture has retained a kind of spiritual aspect. And I think similarly with Europe, there's a belief that there's a continuity here, a tradition, and I think that, if you look at all the imagery that Britain laid on for Xi Jinping when he was here last week, to some of the Brits, I think, were slightly rolling their eyes at all the carriages and the Buckingham Palace stuff, but that stuff does go over very well, and I think not just because it's sort of glitzy and so on, but also because it speaks to continuity, that, that this country's been around a long time and that you're tapping into that, rather than China, it's complicated because Xi Jinping himself, I think he said in his speech, we have 2,500 years of history, and they are very conscious of continuity, and they'll make references back to, thousands of years ago as something that's relevant. On the other hand, recently they've had incredible abrupt shifts, the Cultural Revolution, the Great Leap Forward, including actually the destruction of a lot of cultural heritage. I think in brief, Europe's ability to market itself as somewhere with a preserved past is very important.
I always thought European art house films do this
Yeah.
myself, but there we are,
Yeah.
especially Italy and Rome, but that's another day. No more? Right, we're going to move on. Gideon,
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed. That was wonderful.
My
Thanks
pleasure.
ever so much.
Sure.
Thanks. Right, now, we're going to talk next, or we're going to hear next from Russia. So I'd like to invite Jennifer Udder, I pronounced that correctly, I hope, Maria Badak, Fedor Egorov, and Helen Lloyd to come and join me here, so we're all ready. And the way this part of the afternoon is going to work, we're going to hear about Russia first, then, get the order right, then we're going to hear about China, and then the United States. And in each case, we're going to have a factual presentation at the beginning, which Jennifer is about to give us in the matter of Russia. And then I'll ask my excellent panel to say hello and a few reactions on what they've heard, and then we'll open it up to a debate.
Thank you very much for the introduction. If you allow me, I'm going to jump directly into the facts and figures. As we can see from the graph, Russian arrivals to Europe saw healthy growth over the past years, reaching to its highest in 2013. And European saw the number of arrivals plummet significantly, and accounting for 23 million in 2014 and an estimated 19 million so far this year. For this market, it's estimated that growth declined by 18% as compared to the same period this year. Also notable is its shrinking market share, which has been reduced from more than 5% 2 years ago to 3.2% over this period. Generally speaking, foreign travel has become for Russians, and the factors behind peak performance revolve around international sanctions the country is enduring, the devaluation of its currency against the euro, falling oil prices, geopolitical disruptions, and the current economic downturn. Essentially, the following map displays the subregions that welcomed the highest numbers of Russian travelers. As we can see, there's a vast majority concentrating in Central Eastern Europe and also in Southern Europe. In the first case for Central Eastern destinations, this is due largely to affordability and easy access. And in the case of Southern Europe, is essentially because these destinations can cater to the beach and sun and beach desires of the Russian holidaymakers. Moreover, projections for 2020, which are represented by the bars on the right hand, point at an upward trend for these main subregions. Top 10 ranking for the most popular destinations is led by Ukraine, which holds the highest share of Russian travelers, and it's followed by Turkey in the second position. And also traditional hotspot destinations like Spain, Greece, Germany, and Italy are also among European holiday favorites for the Russians. And finally, the ranking is completed by Czech Republic, Finland, Cyprus, and Austria. Finally, the total Russian outbound is so far estimated at 33 million and is expected to reach a total of 45 million by 2020, which is translated into a 25% increase and 11 million more arrivals. This positive performance is also expected to boost tourism arrivals at European destinations, and this is expected to account for 32 million by 2020 in Europe. Finally, also important to this market. Finally, it's important to bear in mind that Europe remains the first choice for Russian travelers, which is good news. And to sum up, Russia's economic and tourism demand for the coming years still features up an encouraging development.
Jennifer, thank you very much
Thank you.
indeed. Thank you. Okay, now I'm going very briefly to introduce the panel, and then I'm going to ask each of them to respond a little. Fedor Egorov was born in Zhukovsky to a family of engineers in the aviation industry. Then studied in Moscow before moving into travel and business travel development, and where he works today. Helen Lloyd is Director of Tourism and Marketing and Intelligence, one of the leading travel representation and communication companies in Moscow. Set up this company in 2000 after working at Visit Britain, and therefore has an understanding of this part of Europe as well, and is a British national. And finally, Maria Badak has been with the ITE Group for more than 15 years, starting in their office in St. Petersburg and relocating to London in 2006. Has been a divisional director for ITE travel exhibitions for 8 years, and is herself a passionate traveller who likes to discover off-the-beaten-track places. So perhaps I'll go in the order that it's written down. Maria, perhaps you could start us off.
Hi.
Hello.
Thanks to the organizers to inviting me here today. As you can imagine, our main show in Russia has been a witness to all recent developments in the market. And since 2014, we have seen a lot of changes in our main markets, which is Russia, Ukraine, and even Kazakhstan. So everything that was said today, I couldn't agree with it more, especially the visa situation to the Russian nationals. I think on the brink of this Ukrainian invasion, or whatever happened there in 2014, there was a discussion of cancelling the visas to the Russian citizens, and it was all over the news which countries in the European Union were supportive and which were not that supportive. But anyway, this discussion was going on both in the Russian parliament and the European parliament. But since 2014, unfortunately, it's looking less and less realistic these days. So if this happened 2 years ago, we would be talking not only double-digit growth from the Russian outbound market. I think it could easily be in the region of over 50 to 70%. Because without even these new visa regulations, the market was growing double digits each year. So the visa law didn't happen, and together with political and economical circumstances which the country was going through in the recent years, the market has decreased by 50 to 70% for most of the destinations. So now it's really difficult times, and this year, well, our clients say that 2015 was probably the bottom of the market. Not sure if my colleagues agree with me, but we are trying to be positive and just say that next year will be better than this one, because 2015 was that bad that it can only go to next level up, not down. So that's what we witnessed in our show.
Okay, very good. That's good. Great sort of optimistic note to a slightly downbeat observation. Fedor.
Yeah. I just want to a little bit introduce me, because you started with about where I was born. And
I know, I started off, I've got a lot to read, so I decided to summarize it a bit. So say a bit
yeah,
more.
okay. I just developed Russian market for Booking.com when it's come, and then goes to Ostrovok. It's reading Russian online OTA, and now in .travel.com, that's part of BSI. Basically, summarizing, it's all about online travel and inbound and outbound. I could agree with Maria about visa story, but also from other side, now fingerprinting is a bad, but in long-term perspective is a good step, because now we will have a chance to have a really long-term visas for 3-5 years, and it will help us to grow from big cities to Europe. This year it will be, of course, fall. Due to economic situation and the fingerprinting, because it's still just introducing to us. But I think in 1-2 years perspective, it will help us, because canceling the visa, it's from my side, it's a very big process, and it can't happen in the next 5-10 years, definitely. But this long term is really possible and will help to grow. About whole touristic market in Russia, it's yes and no also, because in outbound from Russia is really full. If last year we have 70% for outbound and most of course it was Europe and 30% inbound domestic travel, but this year it's mostly around 70% domestic, and it's Sochi, Crimea for summer, and could be also Sochi for a winter destination. And I hope next year the situation will change, and again we'll go to Europe, but also we have some barriers for this. It's not only about exchange rate, which fell for 50%. Of course, it's also some kind of, now it's really difficult to get cheap tickets any destination. Air Berlin is gone, top 5 from January, Transire was not on the market anymore. And it's very difficult, cheaper than 150 euros from to any city in Europe. And if some low cost will come to us and cover mostly European destinations with really cheap tickets, it could really help. And the third point, which I think can help Russia to have more visits to Europe, it's some special rates from hotels or promotion from government to Russian holidays. Because, you know, we have around 5 or 6 holidays, like May holidays, November, June, a lot of them. And the Europe is the first destination which comes to the mind when we think about where to spend it. But there is no like special offers for this. Like nobody thinks that it's could be a good idea for city breaks and maybe make some flights or charters for these dates. It could really help.
Okay, well that's something for somebody in the audience to have a think about. Special deals to get Russian tourists back in bigger numbers again. So we'll come back to that. I want somebody to kind of have a thought and a view about that. You can now.
Well, TMI, apart from being a representation company, to do quite a lot of market research. So if I look at the overall picture, I don't think it's that negative. It's just a general dip in an overall increase, and the Russian market is going to increase as soon as the price of oil recovers slightly, because that's the main thing that's denting the value of the ruble. The sanctions, okay, don't help, but I don't think that they would have made much impact without the actual downward trend of oil. So I think we all need to just kind of watch the oil price, and you will see the ruble more or less follow the same pattern. It is a big market. It's the coldest country on earth. So people are always going to travel abroad to go to warm places. You know, if it's cold for sort of 6 or 7 months of the year, then, you know, if you've got the opportunity to go to a warmer country, you'll go. As you can see already from, you know, northwestern Europe, which are the traditional countries that started to travel south, Russians are much more numerous than any of the countries there. So those are important markets, particularly for, I think, southern Europe. But as my colleagues here have said, you know, Eastern Europe is very nearby. Eastern and Central Europe are accessible to many parts of Russia, because actually 2/3 of the population of Russia live in the European territory of Russia, even though Russia is an enormous country. There's very few people living in Siberia or the Far East, so most of them are kind of congregated over to the European side. So Europe's a natural destination for Russians to go to. And definitely it's considered as a very attractive destination because of its diversity, because of its culture, because of its warmer climates, because of its food and gastronomy. There are many reasons why Russians want to come to Europe. And I think that's only going to increase as people's knowledge and sophistication, which is already there in some of the upper middle class segments, which are quite similar now to many European segments who travel to Europe. Obviously, the middle class has been hit most by this crisis, which is going on in Russia. So this affects cheaper destinations and group traffic. If you look at the luxury segment, there's very little dent in the change. Most luxury hotels across Europe are not seen a big downward shift in the number of Russian tourists. So I think we have to be quite concrete about which countries we're talking about and which segments we're talking about, because some segments are maintaining themselves quite well. The MICE segment has been affected in terms of many more events are now starting to happen domestically or in the CIS region. This is a really opportunity for countries in the CIS area to attract Russian tourists who didn't have many Russian tourists, or at least high-spend tourists in the past. Coming back to the price of air tickets, definitely this is an issue. I speak to people in my office on a daily basis, and certain people who are planning to come to Europe said in the end, listen, we can't, just the tickets are so ridiculously expensive. But the good news is that some airlines have really seen this as an opportunity. There's a kind of consolidation basically going on in the market. So Czech Airlines, for example, has decided to increase their flights to Russia. Russia's own Aeroflot has created a low-cost airline called Pobeda, and that will start launching cheap flights to Europe as of now. Basically, they're starting this winter, and they will fly to a lot of those destinations which have been cut by Air Berlin moving out at the beginning of next year. So places like Salzburg, Berlin will have flights actually by this Pobeda. German Wings will also take over some of the Air Berlin, so it's not all bad news. And I think that in general, if you talk to the airlines in Russia, some of them are really looking forward to the situation, those that are very well established, particularly our friends in the Middle East, who seem to be so much more successful quite often than the European airlines like Emirates and Etihad, who all expect to have increase in flight yields from Russia because they see a lot of their competitors going down or leaving the market or reducing their flight connectivity. But flight costs definitely are a challenge at the moment, and one of the main reasons, also connected with the devaluation of the ruble, why people are thinking twice about coming to Europe. But I would say finally, one of the challenges that we should all think about, because we all actually are part of that, is Europe able to be sophisticated enough for some of the Russian tourists? I was recently in Moscow, and I was really impressed with how people treat you in the restaurants. I don't know if it's because it's hard times, people are trying much more. The restaurants are open till what time you want to sit there. The food is amazing. The kitchens are open. The waiter who met me, as I sneezed as I came in, said, "I've just got just the thing for you. It's hot fruit tea with honey. I'm going to bring it to you now, while you're sitting down." And I said, "Brilliant, thank you so much." And I thought to myself, actually, who would actually offer me that in Europe? I don't know that anyone is that attentive. And that's something that we need to be aware of, is that there's a great deal of flexibility. Moscow is the New York of the East, basically. It's a 24-hour city. If you want a haircut at 4 o'clock in the morning, there's a hairdresser's to go to. If you want to go to the supermarket, it's working. If you want to go clubbing any day of the week, there is a place there. Shops are generally open from 10 till 10. And if you look around many European capitals, the cafes are closed at 6, the shops are closed at 7, and really we don't offer the level of service that many Asian countries definitely are offering. I understand this is a challenge. We've got much stricter legislation. We've got much higher salary bills, and so that impacts on us, but it also impacts on the level of service. And it's not only about availability of places, but it's also about people really being motivated to serve you. And I think that's where Europe will have a challenge. Most people sit on fixed salaries in Europe and are not necessarily motivated to make that extra sale, as they seem to be able to do in Moscow and in many Asian destinations.
Great. Okay, now, bit of a challenge for the audience here, methinks. Incidentally, when I went to Novosibirsk, it was 40 degrees, but I agree it was midsummer. Temperature moves around a lot in Novosibirsk. Now, what about, given that Russia is clearly a significant long-term prospect for Europe, and that what's going on temporarily, and it is extraordinary that a struggle between Saudi Arabia and America over fracking can indirectly feed through to an impact on the ruble, which then affects this market. But, what about building the markets or rebuilding the market? Has anybody in the audience thought about how to go about this, the challenge of offers and getting people used again to travelling from Russia to the rest of Europe? Anybody got a thought here? Can I provoke somebody who's thought about this? Yes.
Excellent. And can a microphone is heading towards you, which will be better for all concerned, I guess. Not you, perhaps, but the rest of us.
Hello, I'm David from ICT. Okay, it doesn't matter. Well, press the button.
Keep going, keep it close to your...
Okay,
exactly.
bit closer.
That's
I
right.
used to work on the radio, well, I should know this. You mentioned that some airlines are closing down routes to Russia. Surely that would actually put prices up because there's less competition, so it'll make it even more difficult for Russians to travel abroad.
I think that was the point, wasn't it? That was your point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the point, that with Air Berlin and the EasyJet, that it is, I mean, there's less choice, more, therefore higher prices, therefore it's another barrier. So I think that was the point.
I think it's mainly the low-cost airlines that are closing. More the regular airlines, some are cutting their connections, but some are increasing because they see this as an opportunity to fill in and gain more market share in the long run.
Yeah, my point was more about low-cost airlines who stopped flying, and that's why the cost of air tickets is going up.
But even Aeroflot hasn't reduced prices.
No.
No, I think it's not the reduction. I think we're all agreeing here. I think the point is that there's less competition and the prices are higher as a result. So, which is your point. So, I think that I think Helen, what Helen you were saying is that there's still a space in the upmarket part of the market for business travellers and those with money. But the part that's gone is the short-haul flights at low prices, which are what stimulates a great chunk of the tourism market. I think that was the point.
And of course, the opposite obvious problem is the visa. But the other thing is, aren't Russians now finding Europe a bit of a hostile destination and going to other places outside of Europe? Especially exchange rates and also the fact that a lot of countries are supporting sanctions.
Well, that's two questions wrapped together in a sort of Russian doll way, which is so there's a question. Do the actions of the European governments in the matter of sanctions create barriers to individuals? And secondly, is there any sense at all in Russia that if they were to go to the rest of Europe, that they would be less friendlily
I don't think that people have the perception that they would be badly received here. Definitely there's a segment, a very small segment of the population that are not allowed to travel to the countries. Those people belong to the security agencies in Russia who are not allowed to travel to countries that have imposed sanctions as a kind of protection of them. So that means that some people are not allowed to travel to Europe, but that's a very, very tiny amount of people at the end of the day. I think it's really a question of money. You know, it's just down to, can you get better value if you go somewhere else? But in fact, it doesn't really matter where you go because your exchange rate has devalued against all the currencies, not just, you know, the euro or the pound. It's every currency in the world. It's the Thai baht, it's, you know, the Turkish lira, unless they've happened to go down because of their own internal issues. So everywhere is more expensive, actually. But because if you consider Europe is a little bit more expensive in certain destinations, it depends where you're talking about in Europe, of course. But that does hit the kind of mass market. You know, it's the middle class who travelled once a year, potentially to Europe, to maybe a southern European country for 2 or 3 weeks, have either had to cut that down to 1 week or 10 days, or have decided to substitute that and go domestically. It's not affecting so much those people who go on city breaks regularly because they can still travel abroad. But obviously with the reduction in low-cost airlines, that may impact on that segment eventually. So they may just go, you know, once a year to Europe instead of 3 or 4 times.
And also you mentioned the possibility of doing offers for Russians. That should be possible because they have different holiday timings to the rest of Europe, especially for Christmas, New Year, which is about a week later than everybody else.
Exactly. It is happening.
Ours is a little earlier, as they would doubtless see it, but I know what you mean.
I can answer your question about, I think actually it's you, Tony, who asked this question, how the industry is dealing with the market condition. And quite a few countries are taking this matter very seriously because they largely depend on the Russian tourists. And for example, Egypt, the Minister of Tourism of Egypt is now planning a visit to Russia, Mr. Hisham Zazou, I think. And they are planning to introduce the payments for the hotels in rubles, so that the Russian tourists wouldn't be that much dependent on the currency fluctuations. And the same might happen with the Turkish hotels next year. Right. Apart from that, the charter flights from Turkey and Israel are subsidized by the countries. So they would pay about $13 or dollars in this case for each tourist who comes into the country on these flights. So the airline wouldn't be at a loss if they don't fill the planes fully. So there are lots of things happening. And about hostile, hostile Europe, I think we shouldn't really mix intergovernmental relationship with a relationship of business and cultural relationship between the countries, because I'm sure that, okay, there are countries in Europe who are not in their best state relationship with Russia at the moment. However, if you speak to average citizens, as you and me and the rest of us, private businesses are suffering. The hotels are suffering, so they will only be that happy to have Russians back. And I think those few Russians who are still coming, they are being treated even better than before, because there are so few of them, and they don't want to scare them off so that they go back home and say to their friends, oh, we're not going back to Germany, you know, they're still talking about the Second World War there, or that airplane. I think people are trying to be extra careful now and extra sensitive so that it doesn't go to the next level. So, so many people, so many businesses had to lay off their Russian-speaking staff simply because they don't have jobs anymore. There are not that many Russian groups coming, and it's not helping anyone.
And indeed, I mean, I was reading a piece the other day about how the UK, but this is not unique to the UK, that culture and tourism are, of course, the strongest remaining conduit. I mean, as you know, there's a big exhibition of the USSR's space program and cosmonauts at the Science Museum, which got a lot of publicity here. And exchanges culturally and for tourism are, of course, potentially made more important by these sort of diplomatic government-to-government difficulties, one might argue.
Well, I think that nobody's put off the present situation. You're not going to say, I'm not going to go to the Bolshoi Ballet because of this present situation. So I think that people, see a bit further than that, actually. Yeah. And it's really down to kind of cost and, flexibility also. The visas, okay, they've been introduced. For those of you who are not aware, basically, the Schengen zone introduced what's called the VIS, into Russia in mid-September, which means that everyone applying for Schengen visa has to actually go and have their fingerprints taken before they can apply. But the good news is that they are kept for at least 5 years. They're shared between all the Schengen countries, so it's only required to be done once. And unless you're a kind of terrorist suspect, you're very unlikely to be asked to do that again. So in fact, there's just one process which you have to do once, and then it's completed for 5 years. So there may be a little bit of a rush to do it before the kind of Christmas, New Year period, for those people who don't know about it. But in general, they've tried to inform people. Definitely the travel industry is well informed about that. And luckily, they introduced it in mid-September, which is kind of the end of the main summer period, or towards the end of it. So they didn't introduce it in, for example, May or June, when it might have really created a disaster because people wouldn't have been able to do it in time in order to go on their summer holidays. So I think that that's not a major issue. It's an inconvenience. It's an inconvenience. I know that British people also have to do now fingerprints for Russia. And Britain's actually been requesting fingerprints from Russians for at least 5 or 6 years, haven't they? So Britain's managed to still attract Russian tourists, even with doing fingerprints. So I don't think that this is going to be something which stops traffic particularly, but it's just an inconvenience. It's another little barrier that you have to do something. And if you decide you want to go away next weekend because you have a holiday, then you're probably not going to think of somewhere within the Schengen zone unless you've already done the fingerprinting. You'll go somewhere which is visa-free.
Okay, good. Any, let's take another question or thought from the audience. Yes, there's one in the middle there.
Thank you. My question is, obviously the external factor definitely impacted but I feel that it was a little bit out of control of lots of European destinations. So how much the fact of a lack of strategy on the Russian market has impacted? Because if you see the share of Russians to European destination is very high, like is dependent on Turkey and Ukraine. So not considering the external factor, do you think the European destination are a little bit late on the strategy? Do you think they need to revisit a clear strategy for the Russian market, or are we on the right track?
I mean, do you mean individual countries?
Well, I would say both, like as branding Europe and also individual countries.
Okay, right, great question. Are European countries sort of simply not trying hard enough, really? I'm slightly summarise that.
Before this economical crisis, it was absolutely fine, and Russians still grow to go to Europe, because before this it was like a barrier in a language, but now it's gone. Mostly use Google Translate things and other apps to do this, and it's no really problem. My parents who don't know English or any other languages going to Spain and use iPad with Google Translate. It's no problem at all. There is no strategy was before, and I think without strategy it could be absolutely fine. But now crisis, it's make some corrective and changes. And now the strategy should be applied. Now maybe a little bit late if Europe Union and some countries started the year before. Now it was some offers already on the market, and it's possible to buy it. But if you will start now, next year it could help really.
And I mean, what message would most easily work? I mean, what kind of advice? We heard earlier on about a European brand, which is a fascinating idea. What would work best, do you think? But not just a brand, but what messages can countries and Europe as a whole send to Russians to convince them that they should set off to Europe? What would be a good short piece of advice be?
Oh, it's not easy question because...
No, it's not an easy question, but advertising companies make a fortune out of this.
Yeah, I think they need to be reinforced, the welcome, that they are welcome. Yes. If there are any doubters, but I think in general people are not doubting this. But I think need to, and also the added value that we can provide, which obviously places like Egypt are kind of much further ahead. They're already there, they're already making the deals, they're already sitting down talking with the Russian authorities or the Russian tour operators. I don't know who they're talking to exactly, but they're already kind of making big concessions. Obviously, the Russian market is absolutely vital for Egypt. It's their number one source market, and it's probably the one source market which they can kind of keep more easily than some of the other source markets.
Russian tourists are hardy. They keep going, don't they? They're not put off
and they've kind of
returned
quite well after the crisis in Egypt. But obviously we see, it's kind of almost back to my argument earlier that sometimes Europe is not flexible enough. We're too much stuck in our little routines. We've made that plan, it's going to be implemented, it doesn't really matter what the environment around us is doing. And we sometimes are not fast enough, whereas some of the competitor destinations are really much more flexible, much more able to kind of come in with government money to support things like charters. This obviously, keeps the traffic moving in the right direction, and definitely for southern European destinations, that could be a policy for them. But I think it's also offering Europe to say that it's not only an exclusive and culture destination, which of course it is, but it also can offer, more economic options, that you don't have to stay in a 4-star hotel. And I think, the sharing economy like Airbnb does offer that possibility. And that's becoming increasingly interesting for Russians, actually, who are traveling to Europe and don't want to spend as much as maybe they did 2 years ago.
Thank you, Maria. Do you any ideas to what might be a message to send?
I think it's never too late. It's better to do it now than regret it in the end of next year, having witnessed another decrease of 50% from the Russian market. So I urge everyone who is trying to do something to go ahead. And I think the value is the main subject. I agree that the tourists would downgrade the hotel class. It's not going to be 5-star for everyone anymore. might be 3 or 4 stars for half of the tourists probably. Luxury tourists will continue to travel to exclusive hotels, no doubt about that. The luxury segment actually didn't drop that much at all. So those people who holiday in 4 seasons, they will not be going on a charter flight to Turkey at all, ever. So if you are in this sector, you shouldn't worry. But the value is the main problem. So as long as Europe can offer value to the Russians, and friendliness is one thing, but I don't think that it's a big problem in Russia. It's for consumers, for the end tourists. They don't really go deep into politics and think, oh, will they accept us or will we have any problems? The price they pay for the trip with ever-fluctuating national currency is the biggest issue. But what I wanted to add to this about what Europe can do, lots of non-European countries are actually doing a lot, and they see this crisis as the time of opportunities, and they are opening representative offices in Russia, such as Brazil. Embratur opened an office this year in Russia with a view to attract more Russian tourists, which they had about 40,000. It is a massive growth compared to when they first started their promotional activities in the country, and they will succeed. Brazil, Russia, there is a lot of friendship and business relationship between these two countries. So while Europe might be kind of waiting out and waiting to see what might happen, what Mr. Putin does next, other countries don't do such thing. They just go ahead and develop the market nonetheless. And it's not a surprise that Iran is now a big player in Russia. 2 weeks ago, they introduced a visa-free regime to the Russian tourists. So it's visa on arrival. And it's a difficult destination. It's not for independent tourists, and you wouldn't want to go there with your family for a beach holiday. But it is a very interesting destination, and it might be a good alternative to some other places, not in Europe necessarily, but they're investing a lot in this, and I'm sure they will be successful in 5 years or so. So it's interesting to see what other countries are doing, not what European countries are not doing.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely. I mean, yes, very good.
Yeah, and also it's a good opportunity for classic tour operator to compete with online, because it's a big topic. And if 1 year ago, most of the tourists who go into Europe book their holidays through online, buy tickets online, book hotel online, and now they try, but the price in online sources is regular. There is no special promotions, no special things. But classic tour operators could offer packages, short time break with again special rates and special promotion. And it's a good time to try acquire this market and came to this market with good deals, and it could really work. But it's not about excursion and this ground service. It's just flight plus hotel, maybe something more, but not a whole program.
Okay. Easier and cheaper, it seems to me, is one of the key messages from this discussion, and there's nothing other than wise about that. Can we take one more, because we need to stop for a tea break in a moment, but I've just one more thought or comment on Russia, or question for our panel. Feel free to ask a question as well as... Okay. Well, look, I mean, let me just finish it off myself with a question or a thought. I mean, the Russian, 140 million people, in Russia, so 150 million people. Once the oil price perks up again, which it undoubtedly will, and money floods back into economies that are heavily dependent on oil and gas, which Russia is clearly one of several, do you think that Europe will just sort of always now be left behind, and that Brazil and others will have, picked up the initiative, or is it still a place that mainstream Europe can rebuild relatively quickly, assuming that the politics also will ease at some point? So is it
Europe is, Russia geographically is still part of Europe.
Yeah,
so even though, somebody who may have taken a holiday in Europe will go to Brazil one year, I don't think they're going to go year after year to Brazil. Just like any other European.
Sure.
So Europe is always going to be the most obvious place for Russians to go to Europe and a place to go on holiday. So certainly for short breaks, we dominate. And I totally agree with Fyodor what he said, that a lot more companies should be in Europe creating these packages around these, like 7. We have like sort of long weekends, around International Women's Day, different half-term holidays when many Russians have 3 or 4 days off, or they can combine it with the weekends. You can't really go anywhere else apart from Europe. You could, with a push, go to some destinations in the Middle East, but you're really not going to go that far because you don't have that many days. On the other hand, we definitely shouldn't be complacent and just think, we'll get back the market share anyway. Whoever fights hardest at the end of the day will get, the clients to go there. And definitely that's what countries like Egypt, how they became, the second most important destination, which they were before the crisis. How they got that volume of Russians was because they're very persistent and they invest a lot in promotion. They are doing different activities all the time. And frankly speaking, many European destinations, you don't see much about them online. They go to the traditional, they do the works that they've always done for the last 10 years. They don't have a big presence online. Thank goodness Visit Britain is there doing their part and putting out information all the time in the local language.
Great. Fedor.
I'm fully agree with Helen that it's absolutely Russian tourists will come back to Europe as soon as oil price will go up, and they will came back as price will be the same. Just we need some time to be fine with this new reality of the exchange rate, and everything will be fine. And Europe is really short break destination for the weekend, and nothing can replace it except of Russian citizens. Of course, so we're still developing, and now is Kazan, Nizhny Novgorod, Sochi is one of the best places inside Russia for the short breaks. And in a few years, I think we'll have more cities. And this also we can offer for European citizens and ask them to come to us, because now service level in Russia is on a quite high level, how Helen said, and it's really we have a lot of perfect restaurants, good hotels, and place to see and to visit. And our summer destination in Sochi is quite good, and winter Krasnaya Polyana after Olympic Games could easily compete with some Alps resort. And again, exchange rate helps European to visit us, because now we're 2 times cheaper than a year ago, and it's a quite good offer. And also we shouldn't forget about this. But here we have only maybe visa issues, because to get a Russian visa, I think it's much difficult than to get Schengen.
It's not easy. It was never very easy in my experience in the past, having been to a number of conferences long before the recent issues, but that's something that we all need to work on. Maria?
I'm sure Europe will bounce back simply because there is only one Colosseum, only one Paris, one Big Ben. So Russians are really cultural people. Apart from beach holidays, they would like to see attractions, historical places. So Europe is #1 destination in the world for cultural heritage. So it will bounce back if there will be any rooms left after Chinese and Indian tourists in Europe for Russians. It's just a matter of economical stability in the country, and I think Russians are traveling that much less these days, simply because there is no certainty about their future. Will they have jobs tomorrow? How low can the ruble fall? And what will happen with the country? Because there is something new every day. So hopefully 2016 will be better.
Okay, well, there we are back onto oil and gas prices. Anyway, look, and not only that. I'd like to thank Maria, Fedor, Helen for their fascinating insights and openness, frankly, about talking about these issues. We will now take a brief tea break, or coffee break it says here, but I'm sure there'll be tea as well. And we're going to hear more about it.
Yeah, just one thing. If we could start again at 5:02, we will finish earlier, and we'll avoid the crowds of people who will be outside at the end of the day coming in here to watch a film. So if you could all be back in here at 5:02, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Sorry? Oh, I don't think it matters where you sit. They'll just control it. I think they'll just do it by the number. It doesn't matter where you sit. Right? They'll just sat. I mean, I haven't moved. Have you got one of those biographical details? No, this, we await. Just one or two things, because what would you like to say? Whatever you what did you find? Found it
Just checking. Yes. Good.
That does. What shall I say about what shall I say about traffic? And this is between China and Europe. Whole world. Okay, excellent, that's fine. Okay, I don't want to go. Anything else you'd like to say? Anything else? One of two. And is this two in this sector? So proper, genuine European sector. Well, I think so, the ones in the public sector. Go! Okay, congratulations everybody on getting back more or less on time, not quite the early time. Now we have to be through by 5:25 at the end, so I'm going to keep everything moving even faster than up till tea, otherwise we will be trampled on by cinema-going hordes, so we need to avoid that. So we're now going to move on to China, and as before, we're going to have a short overview of the market, Chinese market, and to do that, Stephanie Galob, who is the ETC Head of Research. Stephanie.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Now we'll focus on the second emerging market that we have in the program today, and it's particularly the smallest market that we're looking at. But of course, China has attracted a lot of attention as one of the markets that has been growing the fastest over the last couple of years. Now, what does it mean actually for Europe? Over the past 5 years, Chinese arrivals to Europe doubled between 2010 and 2014. And again, in 2015, Europe is expected to receive, to record almost 11 million arrivals from China, which is actually another increase of 30% that comes even despite the concerns about the slowdown of the Chinese economy in recent years. Now, in terms of the market share, it has to be noted that Europe that the share of the Chinese market in European inbound travel has been growing steadily over the last couple of years, but it's of course at a smaller value than other markets. In 2015, we expect that the Chinese market represents around 2% of total inbound travel to Europe. Now, in terms of the dispersal of Chinese arrivals within European sub-regions, it is very clear that Chinese arrivals are mainly focused on Western European destinations, where especially France actually records almost a quarter of Chinese arrivals in Europe, followed by Western destinations for example, Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. So four destinations from Western Europe in the top 5 European destinations. The second region that is important within Europe is, of course, Central and Eastern Europe, especially attributable to Russia as a neighboring country of China. Smaller numbers are being recorded in Southern and Northern Europe, whereas here, specifically between 2015 and 2020, the largest relative changes are to be expected. So there is a sort of a more dispersal of Chinese travel, especially within Southern Europe, for example, to Spain or also to Turkey. Now, what are actually the expectations for the Chinese market for the next 5 years? So despite actually the slowdown of the Chinese economy, it is expected that the middle class will further expand and, of course, fuel more international travel. So total China's outbound travel is expected to accumulate to almost 85 million international arrivals worldwide, followed by then, of course, the share of outbound long-haul travel. Now, it needs to be noted that long-haul travel actually from China is expected to grow at a slightly faster pace than total outbound travel from China. In Europe, Europe is actually thought to be a pace in terms of the relative changes, and the region will record some 12 million Chinese arrivals in 2020, holding its market share at roughly 14%. Thank you.
Very good. Now, I'm going to follow the format of earlier on. I'm going to introduce our two panel members here to talk about China. First, Chao Fang, who heads up one of the leading Chinese travel agents in the UK. Her company, Business Horizon, formerly Newland UK. And in 2014, she and her team successfully organised the first UK-China Business Leaders Summit, which had approximately 150 delegates from around China in attendance. And, of course, that experience made it possible for her to work much more recently with the Chinese embassy on the logistics management for the Chinese state visit to the United Kingdom. Ching Li founded Kaiser in 1993 in Hamburg. This is a company involved in tours, operation and management of wholesale travel, with 33 branches in cities across the world, Europe, North America, beyond. And she tells me hers is one of two private enterprises in the Chinese travel sector. So, perhaps, Chao, I can ask you to speak first, respond to what we've just heard, and anything else you'd like to say.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. As a travel agency in London, and we've seen a lot of changes in the Chinese outbound market. And firstly, in terms of the business travel, as probably you know, we cut the budget of business travel a lot. And the budget has been controlled strictly, especially for civil servants in China. The accommodation is now 160 per room per night in the UK, and also the maximum dates is 6 days now, rather than as long as they can stay. And for the leisure tour, the number of independent international travelers has increased a lot. Chinese tourists, they tend to travel independent rather than with a group. And also, they like to book their accommodations through internet, especially mobile apps. So about 53% of Chinese international tourists, they booked their all packages online. This is particularly popular to young people, especially people aged younger than 33 years old. Also, the third thing is the importance of tour operators of Chinese tour agents in China has been weakened. So a lot of travel agents, they try to find another way to deal with this, the market change. For example, our company, we started our business 10 years ago, and our main business was business travel. But as the budget has been lowered down quite a lot, so we changed our strategy to executive training and incentive tours. That's why we successfully worked with the Chinese embassy on the state visit this time. And I think the European EU has done a lot, put a lot of efforts in welcoming Chinese tourists to Europe. In terms of visa application and also the payment terminations. And also, last week, during the state visit of Chinese President Xi, the Prime Minister of the UK, David Cameron, just announced they will extend the UK visa from 6 months to 2 years, and also it's a multi-entry visa. And also, the British government is planning to introduce the 10 years multi-entry visa to the Chinese tourists as well. I think it's good news for us as we are working in this industry.
Okay, so this is hot news you're giving us. This is David Cameron's announcement. So it's going to be much easier for people once they get a visa in China to come to Europe, well, to Britain, but I'm assuming that other European countries have always been a bit easier, I think, because of Schengen. But it'll be easier in future, you're saying?
Yeah, it's going to be much easier.
Okay.
And also, the British Embassy in China will introduce more fingerprinting services to additional 50 cities in China. Right. It was only 9 cities. So it will make more easier for Chinese people to apply for a visa as well.
Very, very interesting indeed. In so many ways. Okay, thank you very much. We'll come back to you in a second. Jim, would you like to say what you'd like to contribute?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for coming. And my name is Jane, coming from Kaiser Touristic. As Tony briefed the introduction, as the company has been founded in 1993, so in Hamburg, actually, which is one of the main majority city traveling destination in Europe. And during the last 22 years, I would say, we have successfully, bring the Chinese people, the visitors across the whole world. And within the UK, we are the UK branch who dealing with destination management company. We are the destination management company. We had the Kaiser company from Beijing delivered more than 10,000 visitors during the last 10 months. Now, I didn't even count the rest of 2 months. Even it's counted by the off-peak time. So the 10,000 visitors from China, from Kaiser actually. And to Europe, the whole Europe is more than, during the last 10 months, we had 120,000 visitors from Kaiser, not from the whole country, from Kaiser. So just two figures, I'm just spread out really large amount for the potential growing in the Chinese market. And as mentioned, Kaiser is one of the, actually it's this month, this month, we are the private enterprise, has been the listed company in the Chinese stock market. So it's really, in terms of the leisure groups or business groups, business travelers from China, that was we can see it is potentially growing every single year, and is sustainable and potentially growing. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Perhaps I can just open up by asking either or both of you. I mean, what do... because I'm assuming that, as in all tourism markets, there are people who've travelled or they've been students overseas and they go back somewhere where they've studied or been visited before. But China will have a larger number of people, correct me if I've got this wrong, who are travelling abroad for the first time or have travelled perhaps less than, say, America. It's a very rapidly growing market because of the extraordinary success of the Chinese economy in recent years. With that in mind, I mean, what do you detect people see as the incentives and what are the barriers about Europe? What are the things they think that really attracts us? And what are the things that are, problematic?
I think the most charming thing about Europe is about the heritage, as we mentioned before, to other markets. It's the same to China. And as you know, China has a very long history, and they shared a lot of things in common with with European history as well. And also the literature is very popular in China. So Chinese tourists want to go to these countries to see the architecture, to see the places that are very famous, and they haven't been before. And this is the most attracting thing. And also, secondly, recently, Chinese tourists like to go shopping in European countries because they can have the VAT refund, and also the price is cheaper in European countries. But now, as I heard from my clients, this has changed as well. Luxury markets in China has declined because of the government is dealing with the corruption, right. And the market is now very good as before, and the price has gone down as well in China. So the luxury products in European countries is only like 15% less than in China. So it's not the main appealing things to Chinese tourists. In terms of the barriers, in the past, the language is the main barrier. But now, as I said, we've done a lot and put a lot of effort in. So in the hotel, some hotels has a Mandarin-speaking receptionist and also sales. And also in shopping malls, we introduced a lot of Chinese sales assistants to help them with these things. And I don't think language is the main barrier. The barrier would be like the culture difference between two nations. So maybe Chinese tourists, they don't understand the way we are dealing things here. Most of things I've met is my clients complain that if they want to experience Western food, go to Western restaurants here, but they said that the whole procedure is so slow. It's a waste of time for them, and they got very busy schedule, very tight schedule. So
This will be There's been such pain, particularly for French people in the audience, who even we in Britain are embarrassed by the way in which we eat fast compared with the excellent, wonderful way in which France does eating and civilization.
Yeah.
So that is a... So does that suggest that... but is that something that you think Chinese people over time would come to appreciate, the more French style, or that people providing services for Chinese tourists in Europe need to get a move on? I mean, which way round, or a bit of both, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating thing about cultural differences. And in the past, Chinese tourists don't understand at all. They complain. But as time goes by, they come to the European countries more, and we market these destinations more to them. This market has been educated, so they can understand why we're doing things like this, and they can enjoy and appreciate the way we done here. And I think it's a fascinating thing to them as well. And if they go traveling around the world, the most important thing is get to know the destination and get to know the ways people doing things here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think, I mean, the point I make about France is a serious one indirectly, because I think, you know, Europeans travelling to each other kind of know these things are different as well, and kind of like them because they're different at some level. And I think the different approach to eating from country to country, families in some, not in others, is intriguing, I think, to people with an open mind, anybody with an open mind. Anyway, Jing, would you like to sort of give us your best and worst?
You know, just follow up Charles' point, regarding the food, actually. I was just something in my mind. Always I heard my suppliers or the hotel asking me, would you recommend the Western food for your group? Because I'm dealing most of the leisure groups. I'm saying one fish and chips, that's enough. Even Mr. Xi has a fish and chips. So, and really, we, not only the Chinese people trying to understand the Western, the whole Europe's history or background, the people from European country, we might trying to understand the Chinese habit or the lifestyle, because of the past, I think, 50 years, start from 1949, the traveling market in China, only this couple of 10 years, only 1 decade, I think, is rapidly growing. You wouldn't see the Chinese people who traveling to 50 people or 40 people during the peak time before 20 years. So just during this decade, and people, bear in mind, we never stop having the first time the traveling to the Europe. We have the very large population, the big one. So people always have the first time experience to traveling to Europe. So we might understand the Chinese people, what they're thinking about, what they're trying, what they like to eat. They're willing to have a Western food in the hotel, but what taste? You know, fish and chips, and the other one is what? So we might understand each other, and we just have the barriers out. We have no barriers.
Yes, well, I'm not quite sure what to say about fish and chips, but still, I'm sure somebody else will. Right now, anybody like to ask a question or pass a comment or some thoughts on what we've heard, both in terms of the presentation and from our two speakers? Yep, we have one here. Yeah.
Hello, good evening. My name is Enrique. I am the director of a travel agency in Spain, and we offer some tours in Europe. And the first one is to visit football clubs in Europe. I would like to know how famous is football in China. Thank you.
Oh, the only thing I know is Mr. Xi really like football. Yes, and another point I'm making, in 2016, Manchester is the other one, rather than Heathrow and Birmingham, is the third airport direct flight from Beijing to Manchester from 2016. So Manchester United is the only one Mr. Xi who visited during his visit in the UK. So very much like it. And I think am I aware we have the, because we are the one, our big shareholder is Hainan Airline. And they had the sponsorship with Spain and what team, sorry about that, and with Manchester United and Manchester City as well.
So just to ask the question back to you, you're effectively saying football is for and of itself an attractor, potentially. Yeah. I mean, clearly Spain has incredibly famous football teams as well, and you're saying that works in bringing people to Spain, for and of itself.
We will visit the cities of Manchester, London, Madrid, Valencia, Barcelona, Milan, and Munich.
And what do people want to do when they get there? They want to visit the ground, or they want
the ground and the museums.
And the museum.
The history of the clubs.
And of course, I almost said this when our Russian guests were here a moment ago. A number of the clubs actually, of course, belong to Russians as well, so you can touch a bit of Russian culture as well in Britain while you're here. What about football? And Chow, what do you see as football? Because it is clearly a massive potential growth at both ends, isn't it? Football's growing in China, and here's an opportunity both ways.
Yeah, football is very popular in China, and a lot of tourists come to the UK or Spain just to watch football games. And we found it's quite tricky that, especially in peak season, it's very difficult to manage to get the tickets for them. And it's always like we purchase hospitality packages from the third parties and then sell to our customers. This is one thing. And the other thing I want to mention is football academy is growing rapidly in China as well, especially for juniors in China. We worked with some summer schools here and brought Chinese students to the UK. They had the language classes in the morning, and afternoon they have football trainings. And I think it's a way that in China, not only the tourism industry and the tourism industry in China has broadened to like education, executive trainings, and also summer schools, and also a lot of other opportunities. And football is one of them.
Okay, great. Okay, that's really, really cool point. Over here, there's a hand over here somewhere. It's quite dark.
Yeah,
oh, up there. Sorry. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. You're probably here anyway. This morning during the meeting, we were discussing events for 2016, and we were discussing the possible chance of going to China. And one of my colleagues said, would that be for commercial reasons or for training reasons? And one of the points that came up is we go to China as Visit Britain, or we go to China knocking on doors selling. And many of the other European countries independently, so you would have the French Tourism Board, then the next week the German Tourist Board, and the next week the Italian Tourist Board. And so when you go along to see them, the bosses are very unlikely to give you much time because of all these people visiting. So do you think it would be a good idea for us to go as Europe to train the staff about Europe, the frontline staff, the people that are selling the tours and on the phones?
So would Europe be a more efficient way, and would it make sense? I mean, because the point is that individual countries, though they're here represented as Europe, often do these things individually. But would it be more efficient and more effective if Europe went as a bloc?
I think it's a good idea. And we've attended a lot of tourist promotion and conference in China. That's a lot of different tourism bureaus and associations attended there to introduce the products and the destinations. And secondly, I think, did you mention to train the sales people in China from the travel agency. Yeah. I think it's another good way to educate the people in the sales team. If they have good knowledge about the whole destination, it's good for them to sell the products, and also it benefits the European as a destination. Yeah.
But I mean, to put the question back to you, I mean, if I've understood this right, I know less about this than any of you, so take this as, if it's a stupid question, forgive me. I mean, knowing a great deal about one country is quite difficult. Knowing about all of Europe, if you're trying to promote it, would be quite a big thing to do, wouldn't it? However well trained people were.
I think it's understanding how small Europe is. And
well, it's sort of big and small, isn't it? You know, it's sort of both. But, you know,
I think what I'm trying to say is their valuable time. They're on the phones and on the front desk selling what they sell, and what they will sell is what they know best. So if the Americans have been there and they've done a great job on selling America, or they've been lucky enough to go on a fam trip to Thailand or Japan, then that's the things that they will sell first because they feel more confident to sell. So what I'm saying is we need to give them the education to sell Europe, so that when those people are coming on the phones or at the desks, they feel confident to sell it. One of the problems I find is because we're all going individually,
sure.
The bosses just don't give that time. So we need a more, if you want to sell Europe as a whole, I think it should be...
and you're convinced Europe as an entity is a saleable entity as a starting point?
Yeah, I think it's sellable
well,
because...
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, I think it's sellable because I believe the Chinese will have several holidays. So they will come to the UK, and they are one of the major customers who come to the UK, and they explore the whole of the UK and Ireland, not just London and then go to Paris and then what have you. And then I think they will take another holiday for France and, say, Germany. Then they will take another holiday for over several years.
Great. Okay, I think we're all agreed on that. Great point. And the question right in the middle here. So as difficult as possible to get the microphone to.
Yes, good afternoon, ni hao. We had the opportunity to welcome the first flight of A9 Airlines in Belgium in 2006. I'm in the restaurant business. I come back from Beijing last week. And there is one point that is surprising me. It's not the food. I like your food. Thank you very much. It's the way that doing business with you is challenging and with success. But there is one point I would like to have more explanation. Why, in comparison with other travel operators, the Chinese still have the use to go with the driver? That is the driver who is sometimes, more of the time, decision maker for the food, and not the tour operator. And Belgium has also typical Belgian food to offer to a traveler, and how can we better work on that topic?
So, just to check I've understood
yes.
this right, you're saying drivers are making
yes.
power decisions about eating?
Exactly. We are not Michelin restaurant star.
Yeah.
We are a typical Belgium popular restaurant, and it's still the driver who influence the business. And most of the audience here is selling or buying best meals, service, canal cruise, etc. And for the food, we feel that the market in China is in the decision, or the decision maker is the driver.
Right. Now, this is obviously for the non-independent traveller. So were those who are in the hands of their driver on a tour of some kind, inbound tourism, is this something either of you feel you have a view about? It's an interesting question.
Are you talking about the leisure group? Most of the leisure group, the big, the 40 or over 40 travellers?
Yes, I have been to the company last week as well on a sales trip.
My company?
Yeah,
oh. Oh, great, thank you.
So it's for the mice, it's the local operator who take care of that. We do business here with the local operator who handle all the business. But for the leisure and
Okay.
I think maybe, are you talking about driving guides? Yeah, probably. Because the driving guide for our company, they took the group around, and maybe he's the person who booked the restaurants for the guests. Because as you said, working with Chinese tourists are very challenging because they always change their mind and they like to be spontaneous. So the driving guide will decide on the day what kind of food they want to eat. So they just book the restaurants themselves. But it's not a big deal for us. Sometimes if they want to have a special meal, we pre-book a good restaurant, Michelin restaurant for them. If on the day they just want to be spontaneous, we hand over this to the driver.
Sounds like you're up against spontaneity here. And the desire to be. Are you worried because it's completely unpredictable, or because suddenly a large number of people appear all at once, or a bit of both?
We can manage that.
You can do with a large number of people.
We have the experience for more than company for more than 1 century, and we are the example of Belgian food we promote abroad. So the boss is family business. The boss is really believing in new market. We collect the first groups, so we make money with the country, but we feel that instead of other countries in the program, they say meal, but they don't say Belgian meal, including that. And it's not. So we are offering something special. If Italian, I can promote Italian food in a very popular place, Milan or Rome, etc. We see in all the program that they say local food, but they don't say that restaurant.
Okay. I mean, this sounds to me like something that probably, I don't know, I'm kind of like a committee meeting needs to be picked up and discussed in some slightly more micro forum. No, it's a good point. I'm saying it sounds like something where a small change could lead to a big change, I think, and that's what it sounds like. And in a forum like this, we can start off a discussion, but it probably needs to be picked up and handled in slightly more sort of official way, a sort of processy way. But great question. Now we'll take one more, then we probably ought to move on if we're to keep to our... We've got a couple of questions? Or two then, we'll take two. Take them together, one then two.
Mario Bodini from Jack Travel. I believe that most of the Chinese tourists that come to Europe are travelling in groups, but some of the biggest OTAs are Chinese, Ctrip, Tuna, and so on. Do you believe that Chinese consumers are ready to start booking Europe online?
I think it's, as I said, a lot of it's a trend in China, and OTA has become super popular to Chinese tourists. But as a destination management company, we don't believe it's going to take over the local tour operators, because what we are selling is our services. We know the destination, we have the knowledges, and we can deal with emergencies. And this online tourist the websites, they couldn't deal with that. They have consultants, but they never been to the UK or European countries. And I think that's our main selling points and our core strength at the moment. And the other thing is they are marketing themselves. The OTA is the price. We don't compete with the price. We compete with the good quality of the services. And I don't think it's a trendy thing in China, but it's not going to take over.
I think I agree with what you're saying, but do you think that the market is moving away from a groups of market to an FIT market for Europe?
I think that's likely. That's likely. So they tend to travel independently, and especially for younger groups of Chinese tourists, they have a little bit language. They can speak English, and they can do research online. They get more knowledge online, and they can just book the whole package online. Yeah.
Okay, good. And we'll take one final point, then we probably should move around the world a bit further.
Hello, there's been talk about training Chinese on Destination Europe, but do you think that we should also be trained on how to welcome Chinese visitors to Europe?
Exactly.
And is there anywhere we can actually get this information from because of the cultural differences? I mean, it's not so bad when you've got Russian tourists, about the same, and same with the Americans, but Chinese is completely different culturally.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. Just like the gentleman was talking about the front salespeople, we absolutely. I know the Visit Britain organised the farm trip. Every company, organise a farm trip for the Chinese salespeople to come across the UK or the European country to feel what the visitors feels like. Because they might never have a chance to be in the UK or across the Europe country, and how they would to sell to the other visitors. Exactly the opposite way as well. We might, like as I said, we might trying to understand the Chinese people are thinking. So we have the experience, the history different. We don't, just Google it. What the Chinese people now, the lifestyle now. So we might just go to China to feel what they living now, what they want, what they were expecting.
Is there anything that we can actually receive, either online or any publication, that will help us to understand what Chinese tourists want when they come to Europe?
For me, it's really. I think it depends. Like the people has different age groups, and they might have the different experience or the different expectation. We all know about the gaps in the marketing, so we just squeeze down the gaps and just mind the gap, actually.
Sorry, can I just say something here? Because I know that the members of ETC down the front will be itching like this. ETC have actually been working on this very fact and started producing guides, and I'm sure we can send around to everybody who attends here today, working with colleagues, people who are experts in welcoming Chinese visitors. Because it's very true, we focus on how we sell abroad, but we also have to focus on how we welcome. And I think what will come out of today certainly is, even working with the Russian market, certainly working with the American market, there's a sort of a route there, a connection, whereas for some of us working with the Chinese market initially can seem very alien, just the way people coming over, and ETC have in fact, this is really, they have exactly what you're describing, the gentleman's describing here. We'd be very happy to share around. That's an ongoing project, I believe, as well.
Free for downloading.
Free for downloading, there we go.
Free for downloading, better and better. Very good. All right, I think it's a good positive moment to stop to thank our two guests who've been talking about China, and to invite our next panelists and discussants who are going to talk about the United States. So thank you both.
Thank you.
And if I can now invite our American panel to come and join me, USA panel, and also Paul Rickard from ETOA, who is going to give us a short overview of the US market. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, well,
waiting for one more?
Get going.
Okay, good. Let's get going.
Get going. Why not?
Good afternoon, everybody. Right, let's lower the flag and turn our attentions to the other side of the Atlantic and look at the USA market. Cutting straight to the main facts and figures about the market. In 2014, the market welcomed about 23.3 million visitors. This year, It's anticipated to welcome about 26 million. That's a substantial increase of about 9% year on year. That's the forecast according to Oxford Economics. Now, if you look at that chart up on the screen, there's no doubt that that trend is almost something of a Lazarus-style revival against what was happening in the market the previous 10 years. Because during the first 10 years of the current century, it's fair to say that the US market pretty well flatlined. It stagnated. Now, hypersensitive to world events, a few ups and downs, but by the end of the decade, the US market was no larger than it was at the beginning. Now, this was at a time when other overseas origin markets were increasing at quite a rate. So we saw threefold growth from China, we saw threefold growth from Russia, we saw twofold growth from India, from Brazil. Even USA's neighbours, Canada and Mexico, they grew by about 50% in that same period. So what that meant was that the US lost market share over that first 10 years. It lost share from about 5.5%, finished the 10-year period at about 4.8%. So in the last 5 years, we have seen this real resurrection in the USA market. It's actually grown by about 25%, about 6 million more overnight arrivals into Europe. And just to put that 6 million into context, because that's quite a big, hairy number, if we bear in mind that the UK welcomes about 2.5 million US arrivals a year, so that gives you some idea of the scale of that 6 million incremental arrivals. So what's been driving it? Well, in the, I guess the immortal words of President Clinton, it's the economy, stupid. And of course, the economy is playing out in two fundamental ways in terms of boosting demand from the USA. There's no doubt that the consumer economy itself, and this is the main driver of GDP growth in the USA at the moment. Consumer spending is about 70% of US GDP. That has been growing very rapidly. There is more confidence amongst consumers, mainly a reaction to several factors. Increasing numbers of jobs, employment prospects are even better because the unemployment rate has come down. But fundamentally, the thing that's really putting money back into consumers' pockets is the sliding price of gas, or petrol, as we like to call it over here. 18 months ago, the price of a gallon of petrol was about $4. Now, you guys can probably tell me more about this than I know. But as at yesterday, you could buy a gallon of gas in Chicago for $2.03. So a substantial reduction in the price of gas, which is putting more money into consumers' pockets. And those are good conditions for priming more demand for travel and tourism. It builds discretionary expenditure when consumers have more money in their pockets, and that hopefully translates through to more demand for travel and tourism products. And of course, at the same time, the other expression of the strength in the US economy is the exchange rate. 18 months ago, a euro cost about $1.38. A year later, it cost $1.06, a 30% reduction in the cost of euros for US travellers. So not surprisingly, by any stretch of the imagination, a currency change of that sort of magnitude is clearly going to have a very positive impact on travel flows to Europe. So let's have a look at how the US footprint plays out in Europe. I guess as in most markets, it's the main European tourism economies that benefit the most. So in this instance, Western Europe and Northern Europe, between them, account for about 60%. And they're anchored by the tourism economies of France and Germany in Western Europe, by the UK in Northern Europe, and also Southern Europe, where Italy is the big hitter, and also Spain to a lesser extent. So those five key tourism economies actually account for about 55% of all US arrivals into Europe. Now, of course, city tourism is a very important product within the US portfolio. We know that there is intense rivalry among US cities in terms of bragging rights, in terms of most visitors, most US visitors. So if we defer to Hotels.com, the pecking order of main European cities, in a sense, they won't come as a huge surprise. It's London, it's Paris, it's Rome, Barcelona, Amsterdam, Florence, Venice, Madrid, and Dublin. But there's no doubt that US visitors are beginning to go further afield. And on this particular theme, it's interesting to note just how important US visitors are to the river cruising market. Viking reckoned that about 500,000 US visitors would be taking to the waterways of Europe this year, which is about a 7-fold increase on the number that were river cruising in the year 2000. And that's clearly benefiting some of the secondary towns and cities within the European hinterland, which are located on Europeans' waterways. And we also know that looking at some of the figures produced by ETC in their regular quarterly bulletin, that some of the fringe and emerging tourism destinations of Europe around the Baltics, the Balkans, the Adriatic, are also beginning to feel the impact of larger numbers of US visitors. So countries like Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Montenegro, they've all been witnessing increases of the order between 25 and 50% in overnight arrivals in the first few months of this year. So the American footprint is getting further afield. And looking at that chart up there, you can see that the highest rate of growth is actually going to be expressed more in Central and Eastern Europe and also in Southern Europe as well, where there are a lot of these fledgling consumer economies. So, looking at the future and how things are going to play out over the next 5 years, clearly the big challenge Europe has in terms of the US outbound market is maintaining and sustaining its share. Again, if we go back to the first 10 years of the century, Europe lost share against other destinations worldwide. For instance, regions such as the Caribbean came on very strongly, the Middle East, and of course Asia Pacific. But certainly in terms of the figures we're seeing from Oxford Economics, in terms of arrivals into Europe, and also outbound traffic from USA, I think we can feel fairly confident that over the next 5 years, Europe will probably hold its own in terms of market share. So that over the next 5 years, we're looking at European arrivals growth in the order of about 25%. So that's about 4.5% per annum. US outbound will probably grow at about 22, 23%. So you can see arrivals into Europe are slightly outperforming the growth in US outbound. So the picture is looking pretty positive. But I think we should bear in mind one quite important factor, because of course the demographic makeup of the US is changing in a couple of fundamental ways. If we look at the makeup of the US population, about 35% of the population identify themselves as Asian, Hispanic, or Black American. Now, if we look at how the market to Europe has progressed over the years, clearly a lot of the market has resided around those strong connections with Europe, be they ancestral, cultural, economic, commercial, political, and whatever. Now, clearly, with larger numbers of immigrant population in the USA, in a sense, their perspective is no longer Europe. They're looking to other areas, the countries of their birthright. So I think the big challenge Europe has in this changing population mix is retaining its relevance and its significance among this quite profound population change. So I think that's all I need to say in terms of an introduction. So hand over to the panel.
Thanks very much. Right, thanks, Paul. Now, I will briefly introduce the three panel members and then ask them each to comment a little. Chris Pomeroy, who was born in Canada but has lived elsewhere and now lives in Spain, has experience in international tourism marketing, which spans, as it says here, 3 decades and 4 continents.
I started very young.
I was going to say better than four decades and 3 continents. Exactly. I was thinking. Now based in Madrid, he's designed successful communications and promotional strategies in Europe for 50 leading travel brands and in a number of countries. In February this year, he joined the team of MMGY Global, a leading integrated tourism marketing agency in the US. Jennifer Tombor is president of Tauk. I'm bound to get that, 50-50. The US-based tour operator serving all 7 continents with more than 140 guided travel experiences and events for the culturally curious traveller on land, small ship and river cruises, elegantly put. Prior to Tauk, she was a group account director with the advertising firm Leo Burnett in Taipei in Taiwan, worked for the Coca-Cola company in Atlanta, and was a consultant with the Monitor Company. And then, last but not least, Luca Romozzi, who is a member of the Expedia Inc. team for more than 8 years and has had various roles within Expedia Media Solutions, currently focused on growing Expedia Media Solutions' display advertising business with destinations, marketing organizations, hotels, airline clients in, well, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and India. So that's not everything I have written about them all, but suffice to say, I think that's just about enough.
More than you
right.
did, actually.
Okay, now, would you like to go first, Jennifer?
Sure,
go
happy to. I sort of start off with Gideon and tend to agree that the market share question, at least in my view, is less of a concern generally for Europeans in terms of the American traffic into this wonderful, wonderful continent. And that's mainly because that, one, the numbers that Paul just shared, but also you have to remember we love you all as much as we love Canadians who are right next door. When you look at the actual overall leisure travel, about 12 million travelers on a leisure basis came into Europe last year, and pretty much the same into Canada, and we're already up nearly 6% this year. You also have to remember that about a year ago at this time, there was a lot going on in the world in terms of from a media perspective in the U.S. with the ISIS beheadings that were going on of American citizens. We had the Ebola outbreak, which says, what does that have to do with Europe? Well, people were actually calling saying, I'm not going to travel on my Christmas river cruise because I'm afraid I'm going to catch Ebola on the air. So this is true. These were actually some of the calls that we were listening in on, which were just stunning. So we've already seen year over year increases in our growth anywhere between 10 and 30%, depending upon our brand, into Europe. And already, I know for 2015, the numbers suggest that the leisure travel is going to be up nearly 6%. So we see a pretty rosy future, not only because the numbers played out, but because of what the insights are about the brand. I mean, Europe still is such an evocative, aspirational destination for Americans. You all have a lovely lifestyle, the cafes, the sort of leisurely the leisurely meals sound just absolutely enticing to an American, let me tell you. Right now, actually. But there's so much romanticism about the place. It's also really considered still quite innovative. I mean, you know, it was with the Bond film coming out just now, you know, Europe is very much in the headlines. You know, what Kate wore to the premiere is all over the headlines, which frankly, does knock off the migrant issue, which was on the headline. So, you know, there's a lot of the pop culture that plays out that tends to downplay the anxiety about travel to Europe, which I'll come back to in just a second. But there's also innovation in terms of the way that folks are traveling. And one thing I don't hear the tourist boards talking about, but that is a brand Europe opportunity, is the river cruise. And you know, the Henry James Grand European Tour doesn't really exist anymore, in the exception of the river cruise space, when you're going from Amsterdam to the Black Sea, or if you're a family and you want to give your children that educational experience, which is the other third real appeal, I think, from a brand perspective, which is the education value. The passport is the new diploma, as we say, particularly on family travel. We've seen a huge growth in that as well. And last, I would just say, in addition to the economic factors that Paul pointed out, the fact that, as I mentioned, that there has been peace relatively in the world is huge. I mean, we saw our bookings fall off a bit more dramatic than what Gideon suggested earlier, of about, in the first 6 weeks of this year, our bookings were down about 25% into Europe because of the anxiety of traveling here and were you going to be safe? And that remains a huge concern. So while there's things like Downton Abbey that Viking is very heavily promoting on, that create that great draw and appeal, that security question is still very much forefront in the American mind. And I know that isn't the case, that level of extremity is not as extreme as it is here in Europe. And we see that quite a lot. Every time I bring up that issue of security, I get sort of the eye roll. But it is a factor of life in the United States, and it's something that certainly is on everyone's radar screen.
Well, you've given for me certainly the Downton Abbey to ISIS spectre, which I'm going to treasure for some times to come as a sort of attractor, a disincentive. That's excellent. Right, very good. Which of you would like to go next? Why don't we just go?
Go, Reese. Go this way.
Okay.
I'd like to start by saying it's the first, and I hope my father's not watching this on the internet, probably not. And I should think, last time I will be in London apologising for not being American. Sorry, guys, but I'm not American. I do work for an American company, which isn't deadly as one of these guys that charge millions of dollars for coming up with brands for countries.
They do or they don't?
We wish we would.
Oh,
but,
right. Okay, well,
no, we do. It is a tourism marketing agency. And one of the interesting things, I think, of the agency is that we have everything we do is based on research, which I think is a little different to a lot of companies in the industry in Europe, and I'm a European, obviously, is the importance placed on that research. We do a thing so that some of the figures, and you'll have to forgive me if I keep consulting my iPad because I'm an intermediary in the travel and tourism industry. The information that we're getting comes from this Portraited American Traveller research, which we've been doing for 25 years now, which is basically surveying. It's a very long, in-depth survey to 3,000 tourists of household income over $50,000 about their perceptions of different destinations. And from there, we take a subset of European. The other thing I'd like to say is that I'm delighted about how positive this has been. I'm enjoying this much more than I thought I would. Because when I read the press release about it, it was all, and I actually built my answers around what I thought was going to be a quick Q&A, which was things like, is Europe being outstripped by the competition? What can we do to change perception, etc., etc., where according to our figures in the Portrait of the American Traveller, Europe is still by far and away the number one. It has, from the last 2 years, intention to travel to Europe when people asked. 3 years ago, people said, 58% of people said that they plan to travel to Europe in the next 2 years. This year, 50%, yes, gone down a little bit. But after Caribbean has gone down by 14%, Canada has stayed more or less the same. Then next is Australia and New Zealand, which has gone from 40% to 20% in intention to travel. So we're doing very well as far as the top ranking. We're still there, and I think we're differentiating ourselves.
Where's gone the other way, as a matter of interest?
None.
None,
as far as intention to travel. It's all down slightly, so there we go, despite the market. And then on the sheer volume numbers, I'm based in Madrid. The Spanish government is claiming 22% increase, I think, of American travel so far this year. And in the month of June specifically, there was a 40% increase. Obviously, a lot to do with the dollar, a lot to do with North Africa, etc., and different areas, and Southern Europe being considered perceived safe and 30% cheaper than it was this time last year. So figure-wise, it's going well. Where I'd like to bring the conversation a little bit was the hashtag, which was hashtag Brand Europe, I think. And I think that's maybe where Europe could improve a little bit with that branding. And it's, again, interesting that I'm representing an American company, being a Brit living in Spain, because we've had Scotland wanting to be independent, and we've got Barcelona wanting to be independent. We've said 40 different people are going to China to present Europe as a destination. It's the Europeans that need to believe first in the brand Europe, and that's a question. It's a lot easier for a North American to understand the concept of Europe as a brand, brand Europe. And so where the perception that we've been talking about, is there a change in perception about Europe in the American traveller? I would say no. I'd say the attributes of Europe are very well known to the North American traveller. But where there is a change is in the perception of what makes an appealing holiday, which is no longer attribution-based. We're not talking about going and seeing Big Ben anymore. So the new travellers, and particularly these second-generation Latins and Chinese and from all different areas, are not necessarily coming to see physical attributes. They're looking for an experience. And that, I think, is where Europe has to be very, very careful because other regions, such as South America particularly, Asia, if you say wine in North America, you might even think of Chile before you think of Spain or France. Why? Because Chile have got the wine promotion as a core of their, and they've got a message and they're promoting. The Peruvians are doing food. Even Costa Rica is doing soft adventure. So if these are the things that people are looking for in vacations, why are we still talking about cities necessarily? And rather than what you can do and what you can experience in those cities. So I think that's kind of important. I'll leave on there because I can go on for hours.
Okay, well, we'll give you a chance to go on for a bit longer in a moment.
No. Last session.
Luca.
So, I mean, if you need to apologize, I don't know what I need to do because I'm an Italian talking about the Americans, but I've been working for Expedia for 8 years. So I won't try my American accent. I'll keep my Italian one. But what I want to highlight is mainly what has been said before about the demand that is going a little bit down. But I feel that it's normal when you represent a big share of the second biggest travel market in the world. So I feel that Brand USA, Brand Europe, shouldn't be too worried about maybe the demand of the overall. However, what we need to focus is on strategies, different strategies of maintaining the share. So make sure that obviously we are, so when I say we as a brand Europe, we can keep the right share for our region, and then understanding also where can be the new business. So that's the two areas that I would say as a strategy we should focus on the discussion, and so obviously has been said also about the importance of the economy. So U.S. travelers are gaining more confidence as the economy is more stable, and this is has a direct impact on the leisure travel. So right now, there is only a huge opportunity on the U.S. traveler because obviously the currency is very strong. It's cheaper than ever coming to Europe. And so, and also you can see that the growth is on the long haul destination. So people are traveling more long haul and they stay longer. So despite the fact that demand might be slightly slower than before, I feel there are some areas where we can work. So what I want to point out, one can be the millennials as a demographic. This is, I feel, that is more the new business, and because it's the new business, it's a little bit harder. So we need to make sure to have a right strategy. And the reason why those millennials are actually harder is because the world is more accessible for them. So for them, choosing Chile or choosing Italy, can be quite similar. So that's where I would say we need to have a strong strategy on the new business. And again, there are obviously lots of travelers that have been in Europe, and we need to make sure that they come back. And again, maybe now they were a couple and then now have a family. So it's a very interesting segment that we should discuss in terms of strategy of Brand Europe.
Okay, great. Well, we've got quite effectively to brand this part of the afternoon, and it's tempting to return to the question of, on the basis of research or feeling or experience, in a sense, what something as big and at one level similar and yet complex as Europe would use as its brand. I mean, what is it, took the EU some time to choose a sort of national anthem. Well, wasn't really a national anthem, was it, but an anthem. So what would we look for in a Europe brand? Because this is designed to sell a large number of different countries in a relatively simple way, which makes sense given the underlying reality. Would you like to go first?
Sure. I think it's the same challenge, frankly, that Brand USA has, because you're trying to market a very diverse set of experiences, but one yet that hopefully to the world are still very evocative and provocative. I look over Chris's shoulder to this banner here that says, that is the Europe, brand Europe. And that's very similar, frankly, to what we do. So I think as a destination, Europe can be easily put together. But in terms of product development, it is going to be iconic images or places that are going to be the hook. So in terms of branding and promotion, it is often the fact that you do have to lead, either, depending on the market you're serving, with a either an iconic place or a very evocative image. So a lot of our brochures will have things like the Tuscan countryside, or that hidden door that's open, or that side street at St. Paul de Vence, or something like that, that you know you just want to sort of be compelled to go to. So you do have to use the individual destinations to, the locations to pull and support Brand Europe. But I do think that those kinds of messages shown in a continuum become a stronger sell than if you would say put that up there with every type of experience you could have in Europe. I mean, I do think there's an opportunity for the tourism boards to work together to really strongly promote the whole destination. And again, I don't see river on anyone's radar screen, and it's really unfortunate because that is where a significant amount of our growth is coming from. And where we see it coming from. And it does open up parts to Europe that were previously not on the American radar screen.
Can I just add on the river thing? Surprisingly, the millennials group is represented. 51% of them say they're considering a cruise. 51. One wouldn't necessarily think of millennials as taking family cruises in Europe,
I will tell
but
you,
they are driving the market.
As we talk about our future planning, combining the growth and the boom in family travel with the growth and the boom of river cruising, we already have a number of very successful programs that are completely sold out already for next year.
Right.
That will continue to.
I think I know where I'm going to buy some shares at the end of
buy a boat, not some shares.
Buy a boat, yes. I mean, on the brand, I mean, just though to challenge you for a minute, Jennifer, I mean, the United States as a brand, I mean, you say it's a big, complex place, and it is a big and complex place, but most people here will have they'll have a series of ideas in their mind about images of America, any one of which would conjure up America.
Hopefully not Donald Trump.
Not Donald Trump, no. Well, not yet, anyway. But leaving that to one side, I mean, you did yourself a series of images. Well, you mentioned that. I mean, a series of images? Is there any, or is it more complex with Europe? You've got to have a series of things to create a brand.
I totally agree. First, part of the problem is the idiosyncrasies of Europe as Europe, in that it's however many 30 different languages, regions, cultures, time zones. It's very complex. It's not like the United States of America. You can't really talk about the United States, or you can as states joining together. But I think at the end of the day, they will.
I can think of
individual
images that conjure up the United States. Now, can we come up with an image that would conjure up Europe as opposed to Italy or France?
But the rest of Europe would fight about it.
That's the point.
Yes.
So that's the point.
You have
it's more complicated.
Can I just say that I think for me that the ideal future of this would be, as you're saying, iconic images and experiences matching the two, and it's iconic image or experiences in the context of an iconic image.
Right.
So we have to go a little bit deeper than just the Eiffel Tower and Big Ben, and also as part of the regional spread idea, and we have to go slightly beyond those. Obviously, we can use those as hooks. Once people here say, okay, well, this is while you're in France seeing Big Ben, why didn't you go to the Alps or to Toulouse or whatever? Yeah. That's just one area. And there, just to say, as far as you were saying, how do you brand this together? I know the colleagues from ETC have been putting a lot of research, a lot of effort into doing that really for the first time in Europe. So ETC as an organisation might have been founded in 1948, but I think it's in the last 5 or 6 years really that it's starting to work as an entity because of the socio-political context of Europe. And what they've done, which I think is right, is to take those iconic images, keep the national identities of each country, because you're not going to get Maison de la France or whatever it's now called, or Visit Britain, Toute France, or Visit Britain to stop being themselves and doing their own marketing. But they can support it generically if they agree on certain series of common experiences. And what ETC is doing, I think quite rightly, is saying, okay, Europe is so varied, let's take it the other way around. Let's say, how do we want to promote Europe? Let's say, what does the American, Chinese, Russian traveller want in Europe?
Yeah.
Then go and look for it in Europe, package it up and present it to them digitally, which is the way things are going nowadays.
Okay,
Luca, I think it's working.
Want to add anything to the brand or related issues before I throw it over?
Yeah, of course. No, I do agree that obviously, so Brand Europe can definitely have the opportunity to market themselves in the right way. However, we need to make sure that we don't do the mistake that maybe US was doing ages ago, that to consider Europe as the same thing. So it's important to start every strategy that starts with the consumer. Most of the time is successful. So what we need to consider is that the US is one of the biggest travel market in the world. So it's very diverse. So even talking about the demographic, the millennials in New York are completely different than the millennials in California, for example, or in Texas. So I think that before, like when we start to talk about the branding Europe, we need to have three main variables we always need to take into consideration. One, accessibility. Direct flights make much easier the experience of Europe. Then the second is also the growing population. So US is changing a little bit. Like, for example, lots of cities in California and Texas are growing much faster than the East. So that could be an interesting area. And then also the share of valid passports. There are some states that have a higher share of passports and other less. So considering those three variables helps to understand how to brand Europe. And because it's such a big market, if you use Rome, okay, who told you that they will go to Rome? You need to trigger the idea of Europe. And then there is the planning stage, there is research, there is I need to check with my wife, I need to show. So what I'm saying is it's not about choosing necessarily one picture that will need to compete with another one. What we need to make sure that we send the right message to the right consumer. And this is what Brand Europe should think about.
Can I underscore 2 points, Chris, that you both mentioned? I think your point about segmentation is right on, and it is such a diverse clientele, even within, as you mentioned, one specific demographic age group, right? So the ability to understand what those different segments' needs are, and to your point, Chris, being able to market them digitally and personalize those in a way, because we have those tools and technology now, is really the way to go. So it's not a one-size-fits-all strategy. And that's always a challenge of any kind of group or consortia or industry branding. But now we've got better tools and technology and understanding and data to be able to mine that opportunity, I think, more deeply.
Internet algorithms allow you to target almost anything on anybody, don't they? I know this from the brilliant ways they target, make you buy money. All right, audience, time for you. Yes, question at the front.
Well, I don't really know where to start. First of all, my name is João Cotra, and I'm...
Can we just wait for the microphone, just for the people at the back, if nobody else? Thanks.
So my name is João Cotra, and I'm the head of the National Tourist Office of Portugal. I don't know where to start because I have a few things to say which are more or less black and white, which is normally not a very good way of using these debates. At least will stir up the discussion. First, there will never be such a thing as a brand Europe.
Right, they can stop there.
And there is also no...
Discuss.
The good news is there is no need for such a thing as a brand Europe.
All right.
Secondly, I'm very happy that this is the first panel, should have been all of the panels, in which the consumer was mentioned at least 3 times. So we were talking supply, supply, supply all afternoon, and for the first time we're talking demand. If we don't know what people are looking for, it's very difficult to give them what they want. And thirdly, and because we are in the USA panel, to treat the USA market as an homogeneous reality is absolute madness, absolute madness. Just to give you an idea, talking to you, Jennifer, there is one single river cruise company in my country which transports every year over 140,000 Americans. And we are non-existent as a market share country as far as Americans are concerned. And I dare you to find a company, a single company in all of Europe that transports as many Americans as that single company does. Why is this important? Because nobody told this company that there was a segment or a a strategy or a brand Europe related to waterways, if there ever will be one. He found it out. So what we must do, and I'm a staunch believer in this, that it's not a question of a top-down policy, establishing huge ideas to then trickle down into products and all that, is to provide the information and the freedom to actual companies, actual entrepreneurs, actual people on the ground. They will find their sources of success. They'll adapt their offer to the actual demand that they'll find. Many of them will fail. Many of them will succeed. And it's the sum of all these individual decisions, these individual successes will make up the tourist industry and will make up what many people like to call brand Europe, but it's nothing more than an accumulated perception of a destination. When people say, I'm going to Europe, do you think they really mean the 38 countries of Europe that they picture in their mind? They don't. It's a matter of speaking. It's almost like a shortcut. It's a facilitating element. It's a place they call Europe, something in their mind. In that respect, big difference to the US. They have a single political power. It's very helpful, not just because of the discussions, Chris. It's because they actually can do things on a federal level, affecting all 50 states, which you can't do in Europe, not even affecting the 28 European Union states, let alone the others. And secondly, they have this wonderful thing called pop culture. For decades, every single one of you, when you were saying everybody can conjure up one image of the states that represents something, it's because we have it in our minds since forever. For TV, movies, music, whatever. Something similar that happens with the UK, but UK is just one of the many destinations in Europe. So you have that unity. You show the Grand Canyon and people will think of New York, which is amazing, but it's the way it works. Okay? Somewhere the association is there. So this is just to say, we shouldn't sit and discuss these things as if it's possible to sort of devise and design a top-down thing and set people if needed. Regulate if they go off the top, but just then, okay? And I'm sure great things will come, and we'll be looking at aggregate figures of increasing market share of Europe. But only then. Don't try and design before you know what's going to work, okay?
Okay,
it's just
very
one
good.
way.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. We'll take that as a contribution. I'm not going to ask take that as a contribution.
No, we'll change places.
Thank you for that. That's very, no, I mean that as a compliment.
I would like to add, before you
go on.
opened to questions, I was just about to add to something that Jennifer was saying about river cruises, I think it was specifically, saying that we are speaking, and one of the reasons I am pleased is that we've brought this down a little bit to a lot of the audience who are from enterprise and from individual companies. The same consumer-focused approach with research, doesn't have to be expensive research, but thinking about your strategy before. Digital marketing in the US is very different to digital marketing as we know it in Europe. Ways and tools and things are there. That same approach and strategy should be applied to an individual hotelier or tourism product here in Europe. And I think when we're speaking, obviously ETC has a congealing effect and setting an example, but I think even ETC wouldn't want to brand Europe as a continent.
Can I just say,
Just
very quick.
No.
I agree. I mean, the majority of US travelers will visit one country. So that's a fact. So obviously we're not necessarily...
When they come back home, they say, I've been to Europe.
Well, they discuss, been to Europe, and maybe they say something about, obviously, Portugal, if they've been to Portugal. But the point is that I think the power of Brand Europe is about the retention, to make sure that we give a reason to come back. Because sometimes if you compete across all different countries, then say, well, let me go to South America. So that's where, because if they're coming back, so I do agree that the new business is not coming thanks necessarily, but to the Brand Europe. But it's really important for the retention and hey, you've been to Portugal, but you know that if you like this kind of holiday, that's what you can do somewhere else. So that's where I feel the Brand USA can help all the countries, possibly for the repeaters.
Okay, we'll carry this one out on this great point, carry it on over a drink quite soon, because we're going to have to move quite soon. One more question or comment? Down the front here. Front row is
that's at least half an hour.
Everybody hold on.
Just
It'll have to be short and sharp.
Yeah, very short one. And I feel obligated to intervene, of course. Eduardo Santander, European Travel Commission. Let's face it. So we're not talking here about Europe losing market share. We've learned that before. We're talking here about losing our competitiveness. And this is caused, unprovoked, and Tom will for sure agree with me, due to the incapacity or the inherent incapacity of Europeans to work together for the same target. And this is what we are facing here. We know the problem, we know the solution, but we don't take it. And you know, my remarks, if I may, today here, and quoting Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, is like lovers. That to be in love doesn't mean to look to each other, but to look in the same direction. And this is what we start to have to do here. And that's the reason we organized this conference today with the private sector, together with the private sector, but we have to learn to be Europeans and to look in the same direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there we are. And one of France's most elegant writers quoted as well, so thank you for that. Word each, just to conclude. What we've heard at the very end here. It'll have to be very short because we need to be done in 2 minutes. Jennifer.
Don't worry.
Stop there. You're ahead.
Keep calm and carry on.
Better said.
Hashtag We Love Europe.
Okay.
It's going back to Jennifer.
That's too short. You're now.
So I have now 4 minutes.
You mentioned a drink.
Just a minute. No, I just say that what we find out is the fact that when you want to brand yourself, I'm talking about brand Europe or even single countries, what really works in the US travelers are emotions. So the message needs to be emotional. We learned also in Expedia the same thing. We brand ourselves in completely different way in Europe and in US. In Europe is travel yourself interesting with something more quirky, a fact that you didn't know about the destination because more you travel, more you're interesting. In US, it's find your spontaneities, find your storybook. So it's much more emotional. So if you want to win on promotion your country or brand Europe, I feel that the emotions needs to be part of it.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say 1 minute's worth more just to end the afternoon. I think we've had a fascinating stimulus to thought brought about by looking at 3 large countries' tourism markets insofar as they affect Europe, but to some extent in both directions. And it's been an important way of trying to think that through because these things do run both ways. I think that Europe is, Europeans are, and I think this is one thing that makes them Europeans, sort of pessimistic by nature, I think, to say that. Certainly the British are. And it is easy to see these numbers, or some of them, as being declined. But actually what they are, and I think Luca made this point, is that they are growth in a market which is growing faster, which is just, if you're the big dominant player, you will eventually shrink relatively, but not necessarily absolutely. And that, to some extent, is the wider position of Europe in the world. It has been in relative decline as a place, and yet its attributes and its values, and therefore its tourism, continue to be enormously influential, as does the United States, Canada, other countries, Russia, China, here represented. So I think that we should be relatively optimistic at the end of the afternoon. I think we've learned, demand and supply, relative decline, not decline. The need for places to be differentiated and to conjure up experience. I think that's a powerful thought as well. And that the issue of brand is ideally suited for one to carry away from the room and discuss it over a glass of wine or whatever we're going to get next. I'm told that whatever we get next, I have to tell you, this is on the 4th floor. Though, as I said, in this building, it's hard to know where that will be, but it's on the 4th floor. And the lift's outside. Thank you all very much. I should thank Tom and ETOA and others for their enormous wonderful arrangements this afternoon. Thank you too. That was really cool. Thank you.